Soul Satsang is soul's association with the universal truth or reality. Today, humanity is divided by man made concepts, doctrines, and dogmas in the name of nationality, religion, race, caste, color, gender, lifestyle, and even in the name of science. Soul Satsang is an effort to create a soulful bonding or atmiyata between human beings based on the life's reality lived by different people across the world and learning from the global wisdom. At this point, we are touching only a global family united through Samarpan meditation under the video series of This is Samarpan. Eventually, it will cover up more diverse subjects and demography. We hope you will appreciate our humble effort with an open mind and loving heart. Our intention is to enlighten one's soul and heal one's heart by learning from the life experiences of people who prove themselves to be healthy, happy, without losing any peace of mind in the life. Let the wisdom of life spread through our soul satsang.
Welcome back to the second day of our session, Meher Baba, the Awakener, with Mrs. Soumya and Mr. Cyrus Khambata from Meherabad, India. Yesterday, we learned mainly about their life story with Baba's life story and work. Today, we will continue further to learn more about Baba's travel overseas and some of the main parts of his messages to the world. Mr. Khambata comes from a Zoroastrian priest family in Mumbai, and by profession, he was an international banker. As a young man, in 1968, he accepted Meher Baba as his master and has since devoted his life to Baba's work through talks about Baba, counseling based on Baba's words, and services at the Avatar Meher Baba Bombay Center. Soumyaji hails from a Hindu Keralite family. She is a science graduate with an MBA in marketing. She joined the banking sector where she met with Cyrus ji, who introduced her to the Avatar Meher Baba. Since their marriage, the couple are engaged in Baba's activities, involved in reading and explaining Baba's words across India and abroad. Since 2023, they have moved to Meherabad, volunteering their services in Baba's cause. It is Soul Satsang team's absolute honor to welcome our very special guest, Mr. and Mrs. Khambata, and our host, Nobody Benevola Rane, also known as Hitendra Ranaji. Let us enjoy the universal consciousness flowing through this soulful conversation. Please take over the stage, Hitendra ji.
Jai Baba, thank you, Krishna ji. Welcome, Cyrus ji and Soumya ji once again to continue our journey that we started yesterday by the grace of Baba. So, as Krishna ji said, we learned some beautiful part of the Baba's life story, and we came to know our guest also yesterday. Today, we really want to dive deep into Baba's teachings, and especially for not just people like me who have lived the life and feel that yes, I have not much to do other than just satsang or worshipping God or doing the work for Baba, but we also are going to touch some of the points for the young generation, because we have seen that many young people are confused. They have good intention. There are many who are willing to walk on the spiritual path and they believe in Baba. But sometimes you may have questions, so you may have certain confusion. By today's program, you will have some answers from experienced person like Cyrus ji and Soumya ji, and I will add my comments based on my understanding. But everything, as the disclaimer said, are our views, our interpretation, how we perceive it. It is not Baba's word, or it is not my master's words. My Gurudev is Shiv Krupanand Swamiji, who is living right now in India. But it is our love for our masters or Meher Baba that we want to continue the legacy that they have started, and we want to spread their work so that the way we have benefited in our life, we want that other people also benefit. So without any further ado, I welcome Soumya ji and Cyrus ji to take over. Jai Baba.
Jai Baba. Nothing is real but God. Nothing matters but love for God. God is the only reality. All else that seems real is illusory. God and I are one. Meher Baba. Avatar Meher Baba ki jai.
Jai.
Thanks to beloved Baba, Jai Baba to all of you. We are going to start this program by Soumya reciting, singing Meher Vandana.
Jai Baba.
Jai Baba.
Jai Baba.
हे परमेश्वर हे परमात्मा परब्रह्म अधिकारी कण कण में तुम रमे जगत के त्रिभुवन के रखवारी तुम बिन अब तो रहा न जाए भक्त तन के हितकारी। मेहर प्रभु जी दीन दयाला, युग युग के अवतारी। हीन दीन में बिनती करत हूँ, सुनो मेहर प्रभु राज। शरण तुम्हारे तुम रखवारे, अब रखियो मोरी लाज। दो वरदान तुम्हारे गुण गाऊं, भजन करत रम जाऊं। भूल जाऊं भवताप सारा, सुध बुध में बिसराऊं। वास तुम्हारा होय भजन में, वास तुम्हारा होय भजन में। भजन रंग भर आए, मधुसूदन चित चकोर बन कर, रस अमृत पी जाए।
अवतार मेहर बाबा की जय। जय बाबा।
So, we covered up most of the things, but yesterday there was one question about Upasani Maharaj that we want to start with, and then we will go into the more subject matters of Baba's teaching. So, we will cover up that question.
Yes.
When and where did Baba meet Upasani Maharaj for the last time, and what was the significance of that meeting?
All right. Before I begin,
Mhm.
as you all know, Soumya is a Malayali. And Malayalis, what they call is, what is it called? Sadda. The
Sadhya,
Sadhya. Sadhya. Sadhya is a kind of, in the
Feast.
in the leaf of banana leaf, they will have about 25-30 items.
Yes.
Chintu, only chintu, and you just taste and taste and taste, and then if you want more, then you order for more.
Right.
So yesterday somebody observed, Are Baba, you covered so many things, but you did not go deep into it. I said, this is like a sadhya. You just taste a little bit, and then if you want to go deeper, you always have an option to go to so many websites of Meher Baba that are available and then go deep. So today also I will just touch and go on these subjects, because each subject is a
Very deep.
khajana, a treasure by itself. And you can speak for hours together on just one subject. For example, just now you brought up the topic about Upasani Maharaj's last meeting with Meher Baba. There is a saying in Hindi, Hajaro Pandit, Hajaro Shane, Khuda ki baate Khuda hi jane. There are thousands of Pandits and thousands of wise men, but God's business, God's language, God alone can recognize. So here what had happened was, Upasani Maharaj undoubtedly was Meher Baba's master, who gave him infinite knowledge, who gave Baba infinite knowledge. After 1922, meeting in 1922, when Baba went to Sakori, after that, Baba did not step into Sakori till Upasani Maharaj dropped his body in 1941, whatever the reason may be. Yes. And Upasani Maharaj would send words to Baba mainly through Gulmai. who was Baba's spiritual mother, that I want to meet Merwan. I'm very eager to meet Merwan. Why is Merwan not coming to meet me? And this has been going on for almost 20 years.
Wow.
And then one fine day, Baba said, okay, we will meet on one condition. It will not be in Meherabad. It will not be in Sakori, but it will be in some independent place which is in between or go between kind of thing. So ultimately, what was decided that they should meet at the Higaon, which is about 40 miles from Meherabad. So that what was decided, and the date was fixed for 17th of October 1941. At that time, Baba was in seclusion, but Baba said, I will make an exception for one day to come out of seclusion and meet my master. Another condition that Baba laid and was conveyed to Maharaj through Gulmai was that this is the last time I am meeting. He should not request me to meet again any other time. And another request was that he should not ask me to break my silence. Because I am observing silence, I will not speak with Maharaj. So Maharaj agreed to all these things. Then, of course, Baba Upasni Maharaj, the Jobdi was selected in the Higaon, this hut, and Upasni Maharaj sent Yashwant Rao, who was one of his disciples, to go and clean up the Jobdi and make it, nice and clean, because it must have been uninhabited for a long time. So he did that. And then Baba first went to the Jobdi and waited for the master to come. That's why there are many photographs actually. These are only just one or two over here, but there are many photographs where Baba is eagerly waiting for the master to arrive. Then Sarosh Irani, he went to Sakori and brought Upasni Maharaj in his car. And when Upasni Maharaj comes out, he quickly strides and this is the waiting. Yeah, he's waiting at the Jobdi. And immediately Meher Baba pays obeisance to his master Upasni Maharaj by bowing down at his feet, putting his forehead at Upasni Maharaj's feet. Upasni Maharaj raises Merwan up. Upasni Maharaj still calls him Merwan even now, because after all, he's like a child of Upasni Maharaj. And then they embrace each other. And Baba said that Upasni Maharaj cried like a small child. He kept on crying. And then they both went into the hut. Whatever they did, we do not know. Obviously, nothing we know what Baba. And for about half an hour, they were inside the hut. And then when they came out, and when they came out, these photographs were taken both ways, coming and going. And these photographs were taken by one Baba's disciple by the name Padri. He's actually Faridun driver, but he was named Padri by Baba. And this camera was a Rolleiflex camera, German make, which in fact Baba had gifted to Padri. And that is our good luck, that it's a monumental thing. Two giants, two godmen, you can say. One is the man god, the other is the godman. They are meeting after 20 years, and this is the last meeting. Later on, Baba conveyed that Maharaj folded his hands to me and said that you are the primal force, you are the avatar, you are the Puratun Purush. I am your master. Please speak something. I want you to speak. I want you to break your silence in my presence. I am the master. But Baba said, no. I had told that this condition I will not fulfill. Then Maharaj indicates what sort of suffering you are taking on your shoulder. It is enough. Enough is enough. You have borne too much of burden, too much of suffering. I am telling you to break. Baba said, that is my duty. That is the reason why I have come as the avatar, and I will not break my silence unless my work is done. And then ultimately, Upasni Maharaj leaves. This was in October 1941. And in 2 months' time, on 24th December 1941, Upasni Maharaj drops his body. So this is the meeting. Yeah, this is the meeting which has some spiritual significance we really do not know. What comes across is that Baba always said, my work comes first. He does not spare anybody. Mandli, he does not spare his own body. Whatever it needs to be done for his work, he will get it done. So that is the, I'm again telling it in very short because there's a long
Yes.
history. Aage piche. But that if you go, then we won't be able to.
No,
We
no,
have to
no.
just,
We want
we
you
just got
to cover up
taste
all
it,
this. Yeah.
taste each and every,
We
each
will
and every.
we will we will enjoy this sadhya philosophy for the satsang here today. You already mentioned it yesterday when we started that
Yeah, yeah,
Baba's love and wisdom is like an ocean. We can
absolutely.
cover up everything in 2 days because already what we are covering up in these 2 days is worth more than a week
Oh
material.
yes, yes, oh yes.
However, you have been kind enough to fulfill our desire
No, no,
and
no, it's Baba's,
wish
Baba's,
of
Baba's.
wish of our Baba lovers who are complaining to you that we want more. So my point is this:
Ji.
there are things that I interpret in my way, as I said earlier, and I, in my comments, might try to connect, which may not be suitable or exactly with the matching philosophy of Baba's teaching or followers or lovers. I apologize to those who feel that I am going out of track, but please understand my objective is to bring Baba's love and teaching to the greater world the way Baba was trying to teach to the rest of the world with different background. So we will start continuing on the questions of the Baba's messages, original messages.
Yes, yes.
So there is one very important topic about new life. We heard that Baba went into new life. Can you please explain briefly what does it mean?
I think my first sentence of, Hazaro Pandit, Hazaro Shane, Khuda ki baatein Khuda hi jane.
खुदा जाने.
At the external level, Baba, whatever he owned, whatever he had in his name, he just sold off everything and he disposed of the upper Meherabad hill, the lower Meherabad premises, the Meherazad premises. Fortunately, three of the close Meher Baba lovers, they bought it themselves, thinking that if at all Baba comes back, we can gift it back to Baba. These monies were collected by Baba so as to use it for the poor and others in his new life. He had 20 companions, of which 16 were men, 4 were women. And in one word, if somebody asked Baba, how do you explain? So in one word, he said Satyanashi. Satyanashi would mean total ruination. I
Yes.
would interpret total ruination of the false self, of the false ego. I would look at it that way. And if I have to cover up, there are pothis and pothis, books and books about new life. But what we will today do is read out the new life message, which
Mhm.
was given out by Baba. And Soumya will sing the new life song, which is called Nayi Zindagi Ka Tarana. That is, and Baba had given a lot of importance to it. Now, this is, I would like the camera to be on this because
Okay.
yesterday, yeah, no, from your side, yeah, I know it is not showing well. This is the original of the New Life Circular. That
Okay.
means it is almost 50 plus 25, 75 years old, and I dare not take it out from this packet because it has become so brittle that if I try to take it out, it might break.
Right.
So this is the original, but I will read out the message, which
Right.
summarizes what are the principles of the new life. It
Okay.
started on 16th October 1949, and external activities of new life ended in February 1952 upon the completion of what Baba called Manonash. Manonash means Mannonash, which means annihilation of the mind. Because mind is the creator, man is everything. So here I will just read out this message. It's a little, well, let me see. Huh? Can you read? Yeah. Please, Soumya will read out the message. It's a little shiny for me. This new life. This new life is endless.
Yes, beta.
May I read?
No, एक मिनट line
Okay, I'll start. This new life is endless. And even after my physical death, it will be kept alive by those who live the life of complete renunciation of falsehood, lies, hatred, anger, greed, and lust. And who, to accomplish all this, do no lustful actions, do no harm to anyone, do no backbiting, do not seek material possessions or power, who accept no homage, neither cover honor nor shun disgrace, and fear no one and nothing. By those who rely wholly and solely on God, and who love God purely for the sake of loving, who believe in the lovers of God and in the reality of manifestation, and yet do not expect any spiritual or material reward, who do not let go the hand of truth, and who, without being upset by calamities, bravely and wholeheartedly face all hardships with 100% cheerfulness and give no importance to caste, creed, and religious ceremonies. This new life will live by itself eternally, even if there is no one to live it.
Meher Baba.
Meher Baba. So this is the message which was given out by Meher Baba. I think it was, just read the date if there's a date here. Yeah,
It is 10th of March
10th
1950.
of March 1950. This message was given out on 10th of March 1950, which actually summarizes the principles of the new life. The same thing now Soumya will read out in a tarana, as they say, Nayi Zindagi Ka
Baba had
Tarana.
composed
And
his-
Baba, now here again, I have this original, which is on one side English and on the other side Hindi. This is again one side, there's a lot of glare, but these are original papers, means they are already 75 years old. I don't want to risk removing it because
yes.
it will crack. They are very brittle.
We
Now,
have we have the tarana on the slide also for people to see.
Lovely. Soumya will sing from
Yeah.
here. Huh?
And this was set to tune by Baba.
Yes.
He used to play on a tin, as dolak. And he had his secretary Adi Senior, who used to be he was very proficient on the harmonium. So Baba would, with the dholak, he used to, so they got the tune, and Baba was very particular that it was sung
In a
not to
particular tune and not a word to be changed. Instructions were very clear. Print 1,000 copies, do this at this date, give this to do this. So all these details I am not giving now. Now Soumya will read the tarana. Nayi Zindagi Ka Tarana.
सुनो मेहर बाबा की खामोश बानी, इसी में है सब आशिकों की कहानी, है जीना तुम्हें गर नई जिंदगानी, करो तर्क दिल से ये दुनिया ये फानी, खुदा के भरोसे पे हम जा रहे हैं, कसम से इरादों को गरमा रहे हैं, गजल ना मुरादी की हम गा रहे हैं, बला और मुसीबत को बुलवा रहे हैं, सुनो मेहर बाबा की उम्मीदों का रोना, न वादों का शिकवा, न इज्जत से मतलब, न जिल्लत की परवाह, न गीबत किसी की, ना खतरा किसी का, यही रंग है अपनी अब जिंदगी का, सुनो मेहर बाबा की ख्यालों में उलझन है, बाकी न बंधन है, न ख्वत न गुस्सा न कुछ काम कंचन है, मजहब से रिश्ता न कुछ फिक्र तन मन, सवार एक किश्ती में शेको बिरह मन, सुनो मेहर बाबा की, न अपने लिए कोई छोटा बड़ा है, मुरीद और मुर्शद न मौला रहा है। उखुवत का बाहम जो रिश्ता जुड़ा है, हमें दर्द गम में मजा आ रहा है। सुनो मेहर बाबा की। न दुनिया न उखबा, न दोजक न जन्नत, न सिद्धि न शक्ति, न कश्फो करामत, ये सब नक्शे बातिल हुए दिल से रुखसत। जो कुछ है वो है हाल की कदरों कीमत। सुनो मेहर बाबा की। ये अल्फाज बाबा के सुन दिल से प्यारे, शुमार अब मेरा है बराबर तुम्हारे। मगर हुक्म अच्छे बुरे दू के न्यारे, बजा लाओ फौरन खुदा के सहारे। सुनो मेहर बाबा की। अगर आसमानी मुसीबत भी टूटे, सदाकत कहा तो से दामन न छूटे। चमन या सोहीरा मने हर चंद लूटे, तवक्कल से इनमें लगा बेल बूटे। सुनो मेहर बाबा की। चले दिल पे छुरिया मगर लब हो खंदा, ये एक रम्ज है जिसको करता हूँ उरिया। तेरी तंग दस्ती में दौलत है पिन्हा, गदाई पे तेरे करे रश्क शाह। सुनो मेहर बाबा की। है बेशक खुदा और बरहक नबी है, वो हर दौर अवतार हर दम वली है। हमें तो फकत बसी बेकसी है, कहूँ क्या तुम्हें क्या नई जिंदगी है। सुनो मेहर बाबा की खामोश बानी, इसी में है सब आशिकों की कहानी।
अवतार मेहर बाबा की जय।
What a beautiful song. Such a deep, meaningful words. And as you were singing, our audience had the opportunity to understand in English translation also next to it. So thank you very much for sharing this original song with us. Uh, that is new life. We can go on the next slide, please. And
Yes.
we can
And the
adjust
new
the
life,
volume.
one another important point is Baba, new life means Baba did not act as a master. He was a companion, like a big brother for everybody. But he said, I am barabar to you, the words say, but if I give you any order, whether it is good, bad, or extraordinary, you must obey them immediately. So he was a companion.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Now,
that
after exactly 1 year, okay, these are the different photographs of Baba begging phase, right? Now, along with Baba in the centers. Sorry, Rani.
can we keep the same slide as the third one?
No,
Thank you.
okay. Now the center one is where Baba is there. You can see, and then Adi K. Irani, Adi Senior is there, and on the right side at Hardwar, Baba is there, and he has gone to do the begging at Keki Nalawala's home, and behind on the left side of Baba is Elcha. Now people who know, they know. Otherwise, it's just a name for people. All right. So this was the begging phase where Baba would go with a joli kind of thing, where dry grains would be kept. Dry grains would be accepted in begging. And then there is a tin ka, if you see Adi's hand on the right hand side, there is a tin ka dabba, in which the liquid dal and all that, the cooked thing would be said. Yeah, on the right. That's right. Right. Okay.
So in the song, The New Life, we had one line that even with the begging, you are so wealthy in spiritual
Yes.
terms that the kings will envy your wealth.
Right.
So this is what we want to understand.
Yeah.
Begging is not just a task like what we are seeing as the beggar begging at somebody's in front of somebody
Yes.
who is
Yes.
more
Yes.
than him. So we have to understand even Sai Baba was going door to door for begging.
Yes.
And
Yes.
in many Hindu tradition, this is the way fakir and Hindu sadhus, they go for alms or bhiksha or begging. Okay. So I feel myself when somebody is asking for alms or bhiksha or begging, they are letting go their ego. When Baba is doing this, he's teaching us how to let go our ego and become more humble, because he's doing not for himself, he's doing it for sharing with the people around him. And as we heard yesterday, he was serving the must during this new lifetime. So all this he is doing not for his personal benefit. And the word satyanasi, that is the real word that I want to emphasize. In Hinduism, in Vedantic terms, we call master as Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara. Brahma is the creator, Vishnu is the sustainer, which is the name Parvardigar given by Sai Baba to Meher Baba. And now, what Baba is doing, giving away all his material belonging. Understand this. This is the last part, Shiva or the destroyer or reconstruction of the things. That means when an avatar come in our life, this is my interpretation. When an avatar comes in our life, first he create, then he maintain, and then he destroy, to wipe out all the wrong concepts and misunderstanding of the world in the delusionary manner, accepting all the illusion of the world. So once he make the baby take bath from all these wrong concepts, then only he can put what he want to do. So this is the real new life from my understanding, that now Baba is going not just Brahma Vishnu Mahesh, but Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, meaning that he is bringing us in the ultimate real form of avatar, his purpose of life. That is how I see it. We can go on the next part.
There are many facets of it, but as I said, we will just taste and move on.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
then exactly after 1 year, that means on 16th of October 1950, 1 year, Baba entered into what he called the old life for a couple of hours, for 4 hours. This was in Mahabaleshwar, in Aga Khan's stable. It was a
Mhm.
stable where he again met with many people, because in the new life there were many rules. You are not supposed to talk with anybody from the old life. But there are many rules, so I don't want to get into that. So
Right.
in on that particular day, 16th October, many new people also happened to meet Baba for the first time. Of course, this photograph is of this. This has nothing to do with the new life as such, although it is in Mahabaleshwar. It is
Mhm.
in Mahabaleshwar, Arthur's seat. It is called Arthur's seat, where Baba stood like this, but no direct connection with new life. But
Okay.
at that event on 16th October 1950, Baba gave out what is known as Meher Baba's sermon. And I would like Soumya to read that out. Is that we can read it out, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, please.
Being just now in the old life for these few hours, I will tell you what I feel to be the established divine facts. Essentially, we are all one. The feeling of our being otherwise is due to ignorance. Soul desires consciousness to know itself, but in its progress towards this goal, which it cannot realize independently of creation, it must undergo the experience which it gathers as the individualized ego and with all its imagination. Thus, it is faced at the outset with ignorance instead of knowledge. Dual forms and illusory creations are the outcome of ignorance. Birth and death, happiness and misery, virtue and sin, good and bad, all are equally the manifestation of this same ignorance. You were never born and will never die. You never suffered and will never suffer. You ever were and ever will be, as separateness exists only in imagination. Soul undergoes experience through innumerable forms, such as being king and beggar, rich and poor, tall and short, strong and weak, beautiful and ugly, of killing and being killed. All these experiences must transpire as long as the soul, though it is one in reality and undivided, imagines separateness in itself. When soul is bereft of the impressions of these illusionary experiences, it becomes naked as in its origin, to become now fully conscious of its unity with the Oversoul, which is one, indivisible, real, and infinite. The soul becomes free of the binding of impressions through various paths. And love is the most important of these paths, leading to the realization of God. Through this love, the soul becomes entirely absorbed in God, ultimately forgetting itself completely. It is then that all of a sudden, knowledge comes as swiftly as the lightning bolt which burns to ashes all that it falls upon. This knowledge uproots illusion, doubts, and worries, and apparent sufferings are instantaneously replaced by everlasting peace and eternal bliss, which is the goal of all existence. The soul, now free from its illusions, realizes its original unity of being. Let us not hope, because this knowledge is beyond hoping and wanting. Let us not reason, because this knowledge cannot be comprehended or thought of. Let us not doubt, because this knowledge is the certainty of certainties. Let us not live the life of the senses, because the lusty, greedy, false, impure mind cannot reach this knowledge. Let us love God as the soul of our souls, and in the height of this love lies this knowledge. The divinely perfect ones can bestow this knowledge on anyone they like and whenever they like. May we all gain this knowledge soon, Meher Baba.
So this is the message. Yeah, it's a very powerful message where Baba talks about reality and illusion, and how uh, how egoistic we are, how we are befooled by our mind into thinking that we are separate beings.
Yes.
Okay.
So we want to go out of India. Baba
Yes.
started traveling. Baba brought himself to the different part of the world. And we want to know a little bit of Baba's travel abroad story before showing you something very important from USA. Let's find out. Can you please tell a little bit about Baba's travel abroad and this journey Baba had in the vessel where he met somebody very famous and known to all over the world? If you'd like to.
Okay, are you meaning Mahatma Gandhi or?
Yes, of course, you
Okay,
got it.
okay, okay. Well, I'll again briefly sum up that Baba went to the West the first time in 1931 and the last time in 1958. So between that period, he traveled to the West 13 times, 13 times, at different
Wow.
times, different places. Yeah, Europe, America, Australia, right? Now I'm talking about the first visit. He had originally planned to go by a ship called Tivere, Tivere, on 25th of August 1931. all the paperwork was being helped by one gentleman by the name Jamshed Mehta, who was a very influential person, and he was a mayor of Karachi at that time, that undivided, you can say, India. And he was very impressed with Meher Baba. And Jamshed Mehta also happened to be a good friend of Mahatma Gandhi, right? And he was keeping tabs of Mahatma Gandhi, trying to decide whether he should go to the second roundtable conference, which was supposed to take place in London, or not to go because he had lots of opposition. He decided not to go. There are many background stories.
Mhm.
On 25th August, Baba had planned to go to London, and at the last moment, the tickets were not available. Why? Because Baba wanted to travel in that what we call as second class economy cabins, and those were not available. So those tickets were cancelled. And subsequently, the tickets were bought on another ship, which is SS Rajputana. SS stands for, I suppose, Steamship Rajputana. that was in between. What had happened was that passport work, etc., was going on by Jamshed Mehta, and the British authorities said that Meher Baba will have to sign certain documents. Now, we all know that Meher Baba had stopped writing from 2nd of January 1927, and he sort of refused to sign after that. But there was a lot of pressure, and the British government felt that unless he signs, he will not be issued the passport and the visas and all that. And Baba made a very strong comment where he says, the British government is compelling me to sign its own death warrant. This will be the end of British Empire in India. And then he signs his name. Whenever he signs his name, he signs only as MS Irani and not Meher Baba, except for once, but that's another story. All right. Then what came about was he got to know that finally Mahatma Gandhi ji also agreed to go to the second, roundtable conference, and he was traveling by the same ship as Baba, SS Rajputana. So in other words, this is again Baba's Leela, that earlier ship of 25th August was cancelled and he was traveling. And at that time, Jamshed Mehta conveyed a message to Baba saying that he may or he may not travel. Then Baba says, if I go to England, I will take Gandhi with me. You simply expedite the passport work. So he told you, please expedite the passport work. And then finally, when Gandhiji finally it was decided that he's traveling. He did not know that he was traveling in the same ship. Gandhiji's remarks were, I must go to England with God as my only guide.
Wow.
Unbeknown to him, God was on the same ship. Now, Gandhiji did not have much of a sort of liking for Meher Baba to start with, because he got to know that Meher Baba's guru was Upasni Maharaj. And Gandhiji had a very bad experience with Upasni Maharaj. So he said, no, how can he be a master? Then Jamshed Mehta tells that I am telling you that you take the opportunity to have a word with Meher Baba, meet him, take his counseling or whatever in terms of independence and all that. So Gandhiji did go and visit Baba in his cabin several times in that journey. And they had a very nice talk. And Gandhiji was one person whom we know was fortunate enough to read a few pages from Baba's handwritten book, which was carried by Baba. He used to carry it anywhere he goes, in a black box. But there was no key to it. So Baba says, I am not carrying my key. If you can get the box open, do not look in the contents. Don't see the contents. Bring the box as it is after opening the lock. I will give you a few pages to read, and then you read it. So Gandhiji was given, and Gandhiji was very much impressed with whatever he read. We don't know what that was. So that was the first trip of 1931. And yes, Baba also met Ambedkar, and that's another story. So this was the first meeting, and Baba must have given some advice, and later on we did get independence. So that was the first meeting. And then, of course, there were several meetings, as I said.
Travels.
Sorry?
Travels.
I'm sorry. Several times Baba traveled. In 1952, he traveled. We will come to that particular phase where he inaugurated the MEHER Spiritual Center of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And then he took upon himself the suffering, what I call as self-imposed suffering for the sake of humanity. That will come to that later
We'll
on.
come to that question. Okay.
And then in 1958, last visit, he did go to America as well as 58, as well as in Australia, where he inaugurated in Australia what was known as Avatar's Abode.
Yes.
So that was the last trip. After that, he did not go to the West.
Okay. Okay. So after you have shared this, our audience is curious to know a little bit about Baba coming to USA and Meher Spiritual Center. So we have decided that we are going to visit Meher Spiritual Center in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and we are bringing the testimony of Mr. Price Branch, who gave us the guided tour because South Carolina is not too far from where I live in North Carolina. Let us enjoy this tour and testimony of the people in the West, how they got influenced by Baba's teaching and what brought them back to India to visit some of the Baba's associates or people from the Mandali. So good morning, Price. I would like to know about what you have told in your spiritual journey. What made you bring to Meher Baba, and what was the driving force behind connecting with this organization for you?
Okay. So I went to college one semester to LA Valley College. I am from LA, Los Angeles. You guys are from California. And I took a course in medieval philosophy. And it was so stimulating and rewarding. I hadn't really given a lot of thought to anything about religious philosophy or just secular philosophies. So we're going through all the philosophers through the ages, the Greek, the Roman philosophers, and then the Christian mystics. And what I found was in all the different schools or lines of philosophical inquiry, what intrigued me and interested me the most was the mystics. Well, every religion has the mystics. They're not the orthodox. They're the ones who seek a closeness to God every second because they experience God as infinite and everywhere present.
Very good.
So the early Christian mystics were talking about this connection with Jesus, which was so profound, and it just stimulated my interest in spirituality. So for the next year or two, I read everything I could get my hands on. The Life of the Buddha, the Bhagavad Gita, just different philosophies and spiritual masters. And from there, I left LA and I went to Atlanta. And in Atlanta, I got the number of this fellow who a mutual friend thought I might share something in common with. And he said, "Have you ever heard of Meher Baba?" And I said, "No, I've never heard of Meher Baba." And he said, "Well, Meher Baba is different. He's not just a spiritual master. He is a totally realized spiritual master. He's not a seeker. He's not trying to attain something. He has attained that highest union with God." Well, what do I know? I'm just like, okay, I hear that. That sounds good. It makes sense. And he said he's in this line, this lineage of this function. that comes into the world as the avatar. And all the great religions have that personality who gives to the world, at that time he comes, a fresh dispensation of the truth and an example of a human life lived at the highest state, approaching, pointing to the divine. So all this stuff was new and interesting to me. And at this meeting, I look around the room and it's just the most ordinary group of people. There weren't any adepts there. Nobody was in a white robe or anything. But it was grandparents, kids, students, hippies, lawyers, just a really interesting mix of people. And as I was leaving, I thought, well, the nice thing is they get along. They seem to like each other. So that same fellow says to me, I'm going to the center in a couple of weeks. Would you like to come? And I said, yeah, I'd love to see this place. So I'm 20 years old. Mm-hmm. I don't have a lot going for me. I drop out of college. It's time to grow up and find work and get a job. So I said, yeah, I'd love to see the center. So I come, and I just, as you will see in a minute, when we get into the center, how beautiful it is. And I was taken with it. I went back to Atlanta, packed up in the next month, and moved to Myrtle Beach in September of 1970. I've lived here since.
Wow.
So that's 53 years.
Wow. 53 years and you have been around this Meher Baba Center?
Yeah. I built this building. I'm a builder.
Wow.
And I've built a couple of buildings in the center. And I've done some of the repair work, renovations.
Interesting.
Yeah. But right away, I wanted to go to India. Meher Baba died in 1969. But I was so taken with his life that I wanted to go and meet the people who lived with him day to day. So I arrived in 1971, 2 years after he died. And his closest female disciple, Mara, was still profoundly grieving. He said his relationship with her was like Ram and Sita, or Jesus and Mary. Divine. And when you see her life, it was amazing. The level of purity and the way Baba protected her from basically only seeing him, the only male. And he said her love for him was greater than anybody in the world. Yeah. So I arrived there, and I would say Meher Baba's closest male disciple, Eric Jesawala, would tell stories basically all day in the meeting place. Mm-hmm. He would do it day after day after day. And this went on for years. And finally they started controlling the time people had access to him to preserve him, not wear him out. But his life with Meher Baba and the training that he was the perfect host to greet people and tell them about Meher Baba.
Wow.
He was there in Meher Baba's interactions with people. Meher Baba was silent. So Erich was there explaining what Baba was trying to communicate. So Erich was so central in him, and he had so many interesting stories to tell about their lives, but also about the lives of the saints and historical spiritual personalities. So it was just a great way to sit and learn about Meher Baba. Because when we'd sit around and talk with him, someone would naturally say, is there a thought, a memory of some time you spent with Meher Baba, some experience you had that is profound? And what he said was, two things come to my mind. And one of them is, it was in the later years before Baba passed away. And he said, it was lunchtime. And they lived in the ashram, and Baba would meet with the Mandali in the morning, but it's lunchtime. And Baba, being silent, communicates to Erich, why aren't you eating your lunch? And Erich says, Baba, I don't need it. I'm fine. And Baba says, no, you have to have your lunch. And Erich says, I find it's easiest, Baba, things come up that if you need something, I'm available. So he's giving thought to Baba's comfort and Baba said, no, you have to take your lunch. And Erich said, that's okay. So Baba let it drop, but he said to her, bring your chair. And Baba's sitting in a chair. And he says, bring that chair over to me. And Erich, who had served Baba his whole life that he'd been living with him, was there when Baba was meeting people, interacting with people. But he didn't look at Baba's face. The people who were coming before Baba would look at him, and Baba would give his blessing or however he greeted people, sharing his profound love. So Erich is there, but it wasn't his experience to gaze upon Baba. He served him.
Yes.
And he served him with whole heart and every moment of the day till they fell
without any expectation.
So Baba says, pull your chair up. And Erich pulls up. He says, closer, where their knees are touching.
Wow.
And then Baba says, look in my eyes. Just look in my eyes. And Erich didn't have to describe it. Baba gave him an experience of his infinite love. And what he said was, he was tears, he was just sobbing because of what Baba gave him. But that was one moment, just one moment that stood out in his lifetime where Baba was giving him that. But otherwise, they just worked.
That was the tour of MEHER Spiritual Center in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And what a beautiful testimony to let us know how people in the West were also getting connected with Baba, influenced by Baba's teaching or words or message. And the message was very simple. It is all about love, nothing else. As Baba said yesterday, also you explained, try not to understand me, just love me. That is what Baba's message was. And I feel, based on my experience, that why there is a need of avatar to come on the earth, because ignorant people like us get too much delusionized. In other words, we get so entrapped with the illusion of this world that we do not realize what is real and what is not real. But every song, every word that we are hearing from Baba's writing, we are understanding that Brahma Satya, Jagat Mithya. In other words, what Baba is saying, that only God is truth, as Cyrus ji's first prayer, where every day we are starting with that. Only God is truth, rest all is illusion. So when ordinary people like us fail to understand because we get trapped with the materialistic illusions, Baba, his love, teaches that when we love somebody like Baba, our chitta, our attention goes inside and we forget about the material illusions. So we want to continue with the teaching today, because now we are going to understand more in depth what Baba really wanted us to understand and how we can come out of our wrong concepts of the life and material world's teachings. Let's go.
Yeah, before I do that, taking a cue from what we just now heard about fresh dispensation of the truth, I am tempted to read out a paragraph about avataric period. And then, also, let me first do this.
Yes, please.
Avataric periods are like springtide of creation. Vasant Rupu, we call it Vasant, springtide of creation. They bring a new release of power, a new awakening of consciousness, a new experience of life, not merely for a few, but for all. Qualities of energy and awareness, which had been used and enjoyed by only a few advanced souls, are made available for all humanity. Life as a whole is stepped up to a higher level of consciousness, is geared to a new rate of energy. This new influx of the creative impulse manifests through the medium of a divine personality and incarnation of God, in a spatial sense, the avatar. What we are seeing it at one time in the past, a Swamiji or a sadhu will just go into meditation and see and know what is happening around the world. Today we are able to do that with televisions, and we are able to communicate with phone call. So all those abilities which were only earmarked for special people are now available to any common man. So this is how I would interpret that the entire, when the avatar comes, the entire thing is geared up in a fast pace. Things happen. If you really look at it in the last 100 years, what progress or what development creation has done. It's true.
Yes.
And the other temptation is, Baba says that actually life is very simple. We make it complicated. And according to me, Baba says that selfishness is the cause of all problems, individual as well as collective. And that message Baba gave in 1932, when he gave it to the Paramount Film Company. So that one small message, let it go to the world, that life is really very simple. We make it complicated, and then we ask God, why are we suffering? It's like that. The solution is be selfless, don't be selfish. Like Baba said, everyone and everything is everyone and everything at the same time and for all time. Once we understand that unity of all life, then there will be no you and me that way. So let's read that. Yeah.
Meher Baba's message to America, to Paramount Film Company on 8th April 1932. Since arriving in America, I have been asked many times, what solution have I brought for the social problems now confronting you? What did I have to offer that would solve the problems of unemployment, prohibition, crime, that would eliminate the strife between individuals and nations, and pour a healing balm of peace upon a troubled world? The answer has to be so simple that it has been difficult to grasp. The root of all our difficulties, individual and social, is self-interest. It is this, for example, which causes corruptible politicians to accept bribes and betray the interests of those whom they have been elected to serve, which causes bootleggers to break for their own profit a law designed, whether wisely or not, to help the nation as a whole, which causes people to connive for their own pleasure at the breaking of that law, thus causing disrespect for law in general and increasing crime tremendously, which causes the exploitation of the great masses of humanity by individuals or groups of individuals seeking personal gain, which impedes the progress of civilization by shelving inventions which would contribute to the welfare of humanity at large, simply because their use would mean the scrapping of present inferior equipment, which, when people are starving, causes the wanton destruction of large quantities of food simply in order to maintain market prices, which causes the hoarding of large sums of gold when the welfare of the world demands its circulation. But the elimination of self-interest, even granting a sincere desire on the part of the individual to accomplish it, is not so easy and is never completely achieved except by the aid of a perfect master. For self-interest springs from a false idea of the true nature of the self, and the idea must be eradicated and the truth experienced before the elimination of self-interest is possible. Jai Baba.
So this is the message which still holds good. Basically, all suffering, all problems are because of our ignorance of the true nature of the self.
Very
All
good.
right. Yeah. Okay.
We
Now,
can
what is
continue.
the next question?
Yes. So now we want to go to learn about suffering. Why most master emphasize on the role of suffering in spiritual advancement? Like you
Okay.
heard from Upasani Maharaj's communication in his last visit also, that he was trying to bring Baba out of silence and he did not agree with that. So he was still taking the suffering on his own, as we see in this photo also. So can you please let us understand, try to explain us what was that reason that Baba did so, continuing his suffering?
Okay. See, basically, okay, let me start like this.
Mhm.
Baba says that men suffers for their own karma, masters suffer for humanity, and the avatar suffers for one and all beings in creation. So that is the suffering of the avatar. Now, also Baba says that the source of eternal bliss is the self in all, the cause of perpetual misery is the selfishness of all. As long as men continue to derive happiness through selfish pursuits, misery will always exist. In other words, the issue, the problem is selfishness. We are saying, why are we suffering? Why are we suffering? Another beautiful message from Baba is, no one seeks suffering. No one is running after suffering. I want to suffer. No one seeks suffering, but it comes to him as an inevitable outcome of the very manner in which he seeks happiness. We are seeking happiness in self satisfaction. We are seeking happiness in selfishness. And that is why we are creating unhappiness for ourselves. Now, my understanding of suffering, many people, those who, there are two types of suffering. One is, as Baba says, 99% of our suffering is self-created. We create our own suffering. That 1% suffering is when we are going against the dictate of our karmas or samskaras. Supposing the master gives us an order to do something which is against our natural way of behavior, and we want to obey the master, that time there is a suffering, and that is a positive suffering because that is eradicating our past karmas.
Right.
I hope I'm making sense, because
Yes.
many people now, for example, many people take pride that I am suffering, therefore I am being spiritually advanced. I am going spiritually advanced. Now I'll
Right.
give you an example. I put my hand in the fire, I
Mhm.
suffer. Now, and then I am interpreting that Baba wants me to suffer. Baba wants me to give a spiritual push, and therefore I am suffering. It is very important to understand that no suffering can come to me unless and until I have sown the seeds of that suffering in the past. So
Yes.
what I am suffering, what I am experiencing, what is coming on the screen of my consciousness, that means whatever I am encountering in this life is a result of my past karma.
Right.
Past does not necessarily mean past life. It can mean past life or past several lives. And it can be just one moment before is also a past. It's a
Yes.
moment to moment. So once we understand that no suffering can come to me unless I deserve that experience of suffering, And I will only deserve that experience in order to equate or balance out my past karma. So in other words, suffering is a result or the harvest of the seeds that I have sown in the present. And the more quickly you accept it, and the more quickly you take onus of that suffering, then we will go over the suffering and we will balance out those karmas. What most of us do, we blame others for what we are going through. Because somebody did like this, I am suffering. Because somebody did not do like this, therefore I am suffering. And there's a very nice statement in English which says, growth begins where blame ends. The moment we start blaming others for what we are going through and accept the responsibility that I am going through whatever I deserve to go through, then the approach to suffering is very positive. Then I will ask, what is the learning in it? Why am I going through that? What does Baba want me to learn from this particular episode? So when I am interpreting all suffering in that way, then that suffering is a positive. That is where Baba says it will give you a spiritual push. Not all suffering will give you a spiritual push. Many of our suffering will take us down. You know why? Because I'm brooding and weeping and wailing. Why me? Poor me. Why? What have I done? Why should I suffer? If we are in that mode of being a victim of suffering, of being a victim of somebody else's behavior, then according to my interpretation, my limited understanding is suffering has not given you the proper push spiritually. You have not learned the lessons of suffering. Every event, every occasion, every happening, every experience in our life is there to teach us something. And if we get into that mold, what is it trying to tell me? What is it teaching me? Then suffering is a blessing because it will propel us towards the truth, towards the reality. Otherwise, because many people have this wrong notion that I am suffering, let us say, for my own deeds. And I am putting it on, oh, Baba loves me so much because I am suffering. Oh, yes, of course, Baba loves everybody. There's no doubt about it. But I feel that suffering has that role to play of making us go within ourselves, to introspect, to self-reflect, and find out why I am experiencing that experience. So that's all about suffering.
Very beautifully explained. I understand.
Thank you, Baba.
I like that line that we human being on a personal level suffer because of our own stupidity or selfishness.
Own karma,
And
yes.
then the masters suffer for the humanity and avatars suffer for one and all.
Each and every being in
One and
creation.
all. Yeah. So every form of life, every form of creation, avatar is suffering for. And that is why
on our behalf.
Right. And that is what even when we talk about Jesus, we feel the same way that he took our karma, our pain, our suffering on him. So let's go on the next question, because now we are getting into something that many people who are intellectual, like when Cyrus ji, you were young, you were asking these kind of questions. That Baba says that he is the avatar or God. How is that he got involved in the two accidents?
Okay. That is why I am a little sensitive about ever talking Baba met with two accidents. No. I always use these words that he underwent self-imposed suffering on our behalf by taking upon himself the burden of the world, the sufferings of the world. Now, I will just give you a few points, just a taste, as I said, and somebody who wants to go deep into it can go deep into it. It's a subject matter of research. Every aspect of Baba's life is a subject matter of research. And I'm sure in years to come, 50, 100, 200 years, there'll be scholars who would be delving very deep into each and every act of Baba and come out with something very brilliant. I personally feel that every time the avatar comes, one of the aspects of the agenda is to take upon himself the suffering of humanity. Of every time the avatar comes, he takes upon himself the suffering. Now, if you look at Lord Buddha, Gautama Buddha, his medicines could cure incurable diseases, but he died of a simple fever. Krishna led the Mahabharata and he dropped his body with a stray arrow, if you look at it. Jesus could do miracles and bring back dead people to life, but he was crucified. So in that way, the avatar's agenda is to true the balance. To true the balance means to balance out the positive and negative karmas, and negative karmas are always prepondering, by taking upon himself the suffering and balancing those karmas and truing, so that for a few 100 years or 1,000 years, the things will roll on. Baba had said, about the accident I'm talking about, to break the backbone of the materialistic tendencies of the machine age. We are considered to be in a machine age, and the wheel is the symbol of machine. So Baba said, to break the backbone of the materialistic tendencies of the machine age, I will have to break my bones. And which is what he did. Now, let us say, many times Baba had said, America is after my blood. I will have to spill my blood on the American soil. Now, I'm just giving you, as I said, certain hints. 20 years by the date, the accident, so-called accident, was on 24th May 1952. And 20 years before that, that is 24th May 1932, Baba randomly picked up a wild flower and gives it to one Baba's disciple, Elizabeth Patterson, and tells Elizabeth Patterson, keep it and remember the date. Now, what happens is, Elizabeth Patterson, you can see on the right top, she is the one who is driving Baba's car when the accident took place. Elizabeth Patterson, right? So, of course, Elizabeth sustained a lot of injuries. She was very distraught. She said, what have I done to the avatar's body? But subsequently, much, much later, when she, I would say, unearthed or found that flower, many years afterwards, many years, in a Bible, she realized that it was all orchestrated the way it should have happened. So that is the one thing. The other thing is, again, I'm just giving a thought. In America, you drive on, your driving wheel is on the left side of the car, against the right side, which is in India and other countries. Elizabeth was driving. Baba was sitting on the right side of the car. When the accident took place, Baba was thrown out of the car. That means when you are thrown out of the car on the right-hand side, logically your right side should be injured. But what happened was that the entire left side was injured in that first automobile accident. We have to say that way. That right. It is beyond my understanding how this could happen, number one. Number two, all the women only were traveling in the car. We hear the energy levels, yin and the yang. The women is supposed to be yin and the man is supposed to be yang. So all the yings were traveling. Dr. Goher, who is also a yin, let's put it that way, a lady, a female, she wanted to travel in the same car, but Baba insisted that she travels in the next car, knowing full well how important her role would be to assist Baba after the accident. You can see all these points. Another point, when they started on the travel, Baba asked one pertinent question to Elizabeth. Are you carrying your insurance paper? And Elizabeth said no. Then Baba said, let's drive home and carry those papers. So in other words, all these hints, if we bring together, then the accident was no accident. It was so meticulously orchestrated. And today the result of that accident is that you people, or rather Baba lovers, have established a center at the place where Baba was treated, and it is called the Heartland Center. It is called the Heartland Center. Baba was treated, where Baba was treated, the clinic in which Baba was treated. So that is about the 1952 accident. Now coming to 1956. This happened on 2nd of December 1956 at a place called Uttara, which is very close to Satara in Maharashtra. Exactly 18 months before the so-called accident, Baba had told the Mandli, that means from Ahmednagar, from Pune, and some from Bombay, that I want to play a cricket match. And he asked Pendu, you can see Pendu over there, to find out some suitable ground where we can play a cricket match. Baba loved cricket, by the way. And Baba told them that you must play with all your might. I have to do a very important spiritual work through this game. Don't take it as a game, take it very seriously. And people were called from Bombay, as I said, Bombay, Pune, Ahmednagar. And the spot was selected. And Baba played the game. There were two teams. One, I suppose, was Nariman Dadachandji was the captain. The other was Sarosh Irani as the captain. And first, when Sarosh's game played, they played very beautifully. And when the second, and Baba would bet from both the sides. He would not do the fielding. Baba would bet from both the sides. They had made many runs, and Nariman's team was not really making runs. And then Baba went to bet, and he betted so beautifully that both the teams, the score was equal. And then immediately Baba clapped and said, the game is over. No further game. The game was over. This was about 18 months before Baba undertook this suffering, what we call as the Uttara or Satara accident. Now, what happens is, Baba declares that on 2nd of December 1956, let us all observe.
Your voice, just a second. The volume is gone. Just a second. Can we check the sound, please? 1 second, 1 second. Something went wrong. Hello, hello. Okay, looks like it is coming. No, not yet. Jai Baba, Jai Baba.
Jai Baba, Jai Baba.
Jai Baba.
Yeah, Jai Baba, 1 minute.
Haji, Haji. We are sorry for the inconvenience.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
No, I think both of your microphone is down.
1 minute.
Don't worry. Let me continue to keep our audience busy. So what we are seeing is this may look from the two eyes of our gross body that this was an accident, but there is a hidden meaning. There is some spiritual orchestration of Baba's Leela, what we call play of consciousness in these accidents, where he took the suffering on himself and also on those who were really dedicated with him in this mission, that they got injured, they took the suffering along with Baba, and these accidents were predestined or pre-orchestrated with Baba's vision that this will happen and it will have greater impact on the entire humanity on the earth.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Now you are audible. You can
great.
hear me now.
Thanks to Naman. All right. So then Baba said, we will observe fast for that one day, and this will be such a fast that not even a drop of water should go. And everybody agreed. And then Baba, again, as you rightly said, God's Leela, Baba's Leela. But how will we spend the time? Of December at Pune, there was an interesting cricket match. So Baba said, let's do. See, now the cricket, 18 months before, let's go and enjoy the cricket so that we can pass the time. And
Right.
so they go to Pune to watch the cricket. Now, when they are leaving, Baba said that if the women Mandli ask, we just say that we are going on a picnic to see the cricket match. And if the women give us some snacks, sandwiches and whatever it is, don't say that we are observing fast, because they will be worried about, see how as God, he's thinking like how humans think, they'll be
Yes.
worried. So you just take it. We will not eat it, but you just take it. Like, don't say anything that we are observing a fast. And
Sentiments
so
of,
they
yeah.
go and watch the match. Now again, I'm leaving all the other details over there, and the match got over very fast. And so that let's go back home. Let's go back home. But before going home, before going to Satara, because they came from Satara, they said he wanted to visit his own family home. As we all know, yesterday we saw that Baba house that he wanted to visit. So he goes there, and he goes into his brother's room, Jal's room, and asks his nephews. There are two nephews, we all know, Rustam and Sorab. Take out the marbles. I want to play marbles with you.
Yeah,
And
but-
like that, that marble we play like this. So they were very excited. They were young. And just for your information, one of the brothers, Sorab, is here. In
Oh,
fact, he's
wow.
living in the next building only.
Yeah,
And
but-
he was watching our podcast yesterday. Our podcast yesterday. So yeah, I know he's here only. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he's here only. So they are narrating now that Baba comes and they are all excited. They take out all the marbles, and Baba is sitting on the bed, and he chooses one striker. They call it a striker, or one big,
call it,
big,
we used
yeah,
to call it Lakhotos, not marble, Lakhoto. That is
Lakhoto. Correct. Right. And the way they expressed it, they said it so beautifully that Baba takes the aim, and with such concentration, focus, and seriousness, hits. And when Baba hits, some of the marbles break,
wow.
and the rest of the marbles just goes here and there, everywhere. You see, and the nephews were very, very interested. Okay, now our turn. And Baba says the game is
Over.
over, and
Wow.
he walks very fast out of the room and gets into the car.
Wow.
Another indication of breaking of his bones, breaking all the marbles.
Yes.
And then in the first so-called car accident, Baba is snapping like this to Elizabeth: fast, 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 fast. And Elizabeth says, I'm already touching 90. 90 miles would be how many kilometers,
Yes,
And
yes.
here Baba is saying, slow down, slow down. Erach is driving. All the men are here. There, all the women were there. Slow down, slow down. And he's going very slow. And Baba is saying, if we reach fast, the women, Mehra, would think that Baba ka tabiyat kharab ho gaya, Baba is not keeping well. Therefore, they left the game halfway and came fast. So go slow. Now, these are all tricks to manipulate on the time and the place and the event.
The mindset of the people, how they
Where
think.
it should, yeah. So Baba says, go slow down, slow down, slow down. Just who were traveling with Baba? Baba was there. Erach was driving. On the back seat was Nilu, Dr. Nilkant Gotse, Nilu. And then there was Pendu, and there was Vishnu Master. So these people were there, and in the car. Once Baba switched places with Dr. Nilkant. Switched. Baba was sitting in the front, so he came back and asked Nilu to sit in the front. And again, that switching was done. What is the indication? We do not know. But Nilkant was once asked, how would you like to die? And Nilkant said, I would like to die in your presence.
Wow.
And like this, I don't want to linger and suffer. I want to die on the spot. And that is exactly what happened when Erach says that the steering wheel unexplicably stopped coordinating. Inexplicable. It was inexplicable, and it went into a ditch. There's no reason. There was no traffic. There was no, head-on hit with anybody. It just went into a ditch, and Baba was sitting inside the car. And what Vishnu observed was like something like a Virat Swarup, or something like a very profound halo on Baba's head. as if a victorious king, as if whatever I had ordained has come to pass. Whatever I had ordained had actually happened, and I am victorious. I have won, and that accident took place. That was the impression of Vishnu. So
Right.
these were these, and then of course, I again don't want to go into how they were shifted to hospital and what happened. I don't want to go into that. Here
Right.
again, all men were traveling, and Baba hit. Baba's entire right side was injured, right? And Erach's license was impounded, and the case went on, the court case went on for many years. Erach was not allowed to drive after that. And on the final hearing date, the judgment which the judge gave was, it is an act of God.
Wow.
So there is no doubt, at least in my mind, and I'm sure there should not be in others' mind, that it was a mere accident. It was a meticulously orchestrated event in order to take upon himself the suffering of humanity. So these are the two so-called accidents that we can talk about.
I want to highlight certain points for our audience.
Yes.
When Gandhiji was traveling, he was saying, I will travel with God. When Dr. Nilkant expressed his desire to die for death, that I want to die in the presence of God or in the presence of Avatar. And when the judgment came for the second accident, it came as an act of God. Are you understanding something? That here Baba is not saying I am this, but other people in their prayer, in their desire, in their wish, what expressed is materializing in the presence of Baba. And this is another indication for those who love and want to believe, because there are many new people who don't know Meher Baba and they are listening this story. Your faith will be strengthened by listening to this kind of story and trying to pick the right points to connect our heart with our mind head. Okay, because as we are seeing, this is the yin and yang balancing to bring the centralized energy. First, yin in the left side, feminine energy. Yang is the right side, masculine energy. Baba cleared the left side first by the American accident in Oklahoma, and his left foot was injured. Then in between this, there is a central channel where we believe God exists, and being in the center only, we can progress. The cricket game was the indication of central channel, how to balance. Look, when the match went into draw, both the parties made the equal runs. Baba said, game is over. Okay, and now the third part, the mental or intellectual energy, when we are trying to balance that, or when Baba wants to destroy that, he played the game of what we call manji and lakhoto. So manji is small marbles, the colorful one, and the lakhoto is the white one, which is the striker. So Baba played this game and hit hard to break the congregation of the all the small manjis, all the little delusionary manipulative energy on the earth. And then by striking it, he broke it. And then he says that, okay, it is time for our right side clearing. And you see, when we were seeing the photos of the must, Baba also served certain people with the indication that this must is with the World War II for France, World War II for Germany. What are these indications? As Cyrus ji is explaining us, with our limited in understanding, we may fail to exactly see what Baba was doing. But when Avatar comes in the world, he has greater vision, and he can see beyond our two eyes what we are seeing with the two eyes. He can think and understand beyond our intelligence, which is mostly worldly intelligence. It is not the divine intelligence. So there are many such things. Let's go on the next question.
Couple of things, small things that along with Baba, all the rest who were in the car also got injured, severely injured.
Yes.
And
Yes.
Mehra was the worst. And the Dr. Burlinson, who actually treated me, actually first he went to Baba. And this is Baba. Baba smiled and pointed out that take care of Mehra first. And Burlinson said that when I looked at her skull, it seemed as if an egg has fallen from a height on the floor. You
Oh
can
boy.
imagine when an egg
Fragile.
falls, that kind of shatter. There were so many pieces of glasses and all that has gone in, and with Baba's grace, she recovered. That he was not hoping that it would be done. That was one thing. And here also, they passed in the second accident. They passed that same place where they played cricket, and
Wow.
Baba indicated and pointed out, do you remember how we played and how tiring it was? The next day, the entire body was paining and everybody had a hearty laugh. Yes, we remembered. And just then, that accident took place. So just how clear it is, unambiguous. It is absolutely clear that this is all his Leela.
Yeah.
That's all we can say.
I can understand that. And this is profound level of sacrifice, I would
Oh yeah.
say, that Baba put his own beloved people
Yes. And
into this
Mehra.
state. Like Mehra
Past.
was another part of Baba. It is like they were what we call Ardhanareshwar, 50-50 of each other. You know, in Western world we call twin flames. That they are the two flames on the earth at the same time, giving the light to the world. And suffering of Mehra was the same as suffering of Baba himself. That's why Baba said, as you are telling the story, that please take care of Elizabeth, Mehra, and all the other feminine energy ladies first. Then Baba, even though he was injured very severely, then he took his treatment because the hospital has only one doctor. So these are the kind of things we understand now what is sacrifice and how Baba took his suffering on himself. And we started rightfully with Upasni Maharaj's request to Baba that now break the silence, and still Baba said, no, I will take the suffering, I will keep it going. This is
Yes.
the level of avatar. The difference between Guru and avatar is totally understandable
Absolutely.
throughout his example.
Absolutely.
Let's go
Absolutely.
on the next part because you mentioned while talking about suffering on the question of karma. You mentioned the word karma. Does Baba really believe in the karmas that have very strong hold on our character? And can we do anything to escape? Because intellectual people want to escape even the karma.
See that when I give a short talk on karma, I said people say that somebody is born with a silver spoon. We say he's born with a silver
Yes,
spoon.
yes,
बहुत
yes.
नसीब वाला है, उसका बाप दादा ने बहुत पैसा बनाया. So I joke and say, well, somebody is born with a silver spoon, somebody is born with a plastic spoon, and somebody is born with no spoon. But
Yes,
it is not impartiality, or it is not sorry, it is not a partiality. It is not that things are happening randomly.
yes.
Everything is happening most meticulously according to the law of karma.
Very
There
good.
is no escape from that. We can escape from income tax law or capital gains tax or any other tax, But this law is so meticulous that you have to experience what you have already sown, or you have to sow an opposite karma which will balance out your earlier karma.
Very,
So
very.
now, so karma is like, and there's no question of Baba believing, because for Baba it is not a belief. We say, I believe because I am in ignorance. Belief is based on ignorance. Knowledge is based on experience and truth.
Very,
So
very.
Baba himself says that karma is something which you cannot avoid, but there is a way out. And so I am going to read out just two small paragraphs. They are there. Acha, before I do that, if anybody is interested to see a movie called An Act of God, it is narrated by Erach himself, Erach
Wow.
Jasawala. who was the driver at that time. It's available on the YouTube. You just punch in Act of God, Meher Baba, and you will get that movie. So you will get more details because most authentic. He's the person, he's the hero of the whole show in that sense,
We
besides
we
Baba.
heard, we
Yeah.
heard about him in the testimony of Price Branch also from South Carolina.
Yes.
Aruch and Mehra were the right and left hand for Baba. To be honest, we can say
Now,
that.
what happens? I get tempted to give a little more information, and there's not so much. Baba made Iraj drive for almost 36 hours. He went to the north, all the way to the north, and then for no rhyme or reason again brought back Iraj. And Iraj said, Baba, this is very serious. Sometimes, if I meet with an accident, I don't know what to do. And it had happened that there were times when Iraj would doze off when he's driving,
Right.
and he's actually on Baba's shirt, he's drooling,
Wow.
drooling.
And
And
still
he's
Baba is
opening the
going
eyes
on.
and he sees Baba is catching the steering wheel. He said, I am very afraid. And I sometimes feel I should just dash the car in the tree or something and just forget about driving. So
Yeah.
when this happened, and Baba was recuperating on the bed, and Iraj would come to see Baba, Baba would just joke and say, "Maar diya ne, thok diya ne." But of course, it was just a joke. But
Right.
Baba then said, "Do not be so preposterous. Don't think that you have the capability of making the avatar suffer. It is all destined." And
Yes.
then Baba says every time the avatar comes, he gets some injury to the leg. And then Erach was reading something about Bible, and where he reads that Jesus hurt his leg. At that time, he realized that no, I am not the one responsible. It was all preordained.
Right.
So these tidbits keep coming, and I feel
No
tempted to
problem. This is
give as
beautiful.
much information. But
This is beautiful. As I
Asha,
told
okay.
you, without planning, what Baba wants will go in this program.
Right. So now I will just read out two paragraphs, small paragraphs from Baba's discourses. This is Baba's discourses. I have brought all the books. This is discourses.
Very beautiful.
This is the seventh edition. There were 6 editions prior to this, and the 7th edition, the cover photograph also keeps changing. So it's every time it is published, the publisher keeps changing. So in this particular book, on page number 330 and 331, I will just read 4 lines, which is quite important. Karmic determination is popularly designated as fate, F-A-T, fate, nasib, takdir, luck. Why is somebody so lucky? Why is somebody not so? Karmic determination is popularly designated as fate. Fate, however, is not some foreign and oppressive principle. It is not oppressive, it is built in that law. Fate is man's own creation. We
Wow.
create our own nasib, pursuing him from past lives. And just as it has been shaped by past karma, now this is important, it can also be modified, remolded, and even undone through karma in the present life.
Very
That
good.
means whatever is already predestined by us concerning our own nasib, takdir, fate can be altered by us. How? Now Baba goes on to say, proper understanding and use of the law of karma enables man to become master of his own destiny through intelligent and wise actions. So in other words, as much as we are creator of our so-called negative fate, nasib, takdir, suffering, we are also the in charge, the editor of our film, and we can make the changes in whatever has been already destined by us, for us. We can change it through intelligent use and proper understanding and intelligent use of the law of karma. We become master of our own destiny. So
Wow.
that much for karma. There are chapters and chapters about karma, but this is sufficient that we have the wherewithal, we have the power to change, provided we input that masala into something else. We have already cooked something. The masala is there. Like how in scouts we we have put more of salt in it. So what do? We put charcoal. Charcoal absorbs the salt, or we put potatoes, it absorbs and we balance it. So we have done something wrong, we can do something right by adding those masalas in our feet or nasib or takdir.
I take two things from your words, what you read from Baba's book, that two things when it comes to karma, we are the architect of our own
Perfect.
future. We have to take the responsibility and accept the reality first, and then wisely we have to make decision in present, in today's time, because what we are sowing today will reap tomorrow as the fruit of our karma. Very beautiful, very beautiful.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So for the next question, we can move on the next question now.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So it is about the yoga. Or
Okay, the photograph that we just saw, I am assuming this to be of 1922 at the Ferguson College Road, Jobdi. We have not covered that in our lab, but then we won't cover it. So this is in 1922, where
fact,
Baba is. Yeah.
in
Okay.
fact, we kept this photo, Baba playing the ektara, to remind us that it has been long. We did not hear the bhajan by Soumya ji. We should hear something from Sonia ji before we continue talking with you.
I
Can
would love that. That would give me some. Okay. Now, this is the bhajan bolo, ghazal bolo, whatever. I am not very musically inclined, so I may not know what to name it. But there is a ghazal which Baba sang,
Arey
which
wah.
means this was before 1925, and
Okay.
this was the last that he sang, and it has a spiritual meaning where Baba talks about sarso fuli, the flowering of the mustard seed, flowering of the mustard seed, which Baba equates to God realization. So now
Wow.
Soumya will sing that ghazal. Go
Very,
ahead.
very beautiful.
Jai Baba.
Jai Baba.
मन मोहन जब छब दिखलाई, सरसों फूली आँखों में, प्रेम की जर्दी मुख पर छाई, प्रेम की जर्दी मुख पर छाई, सरसों फूली आँखों में, नियाज कहानी सुनो रे भाई, होश गई बेहोशी आई, नियाज कहानी सुनो रे भाई, होश गई बेहोशी आई, खुदी गई तब मिली खुदाई, खुदी गई तब मिली खुदाई, सरसों फूली आँखों में, श्याम सुंदर की सुध जब आई, सरसों फूली आँखों में, कुछ का कुछ है देत दिखाई, सरसों फूली आँखों में, हर हर बूंद समंद पहचानो, हर जरा खुर्शीद, हर हर बूंद समंद पहचानो, हर जरा खुर्शीद, वाह गुरु जी खूब सजाई, वाह गुरु जी खूब सजाई सरसों फूली आँखों में, श्याम सुंदर की सुध जब आई सरसों फूली आँखों में। बंदे को मौला दिखा लो, कैदी को बेकैद, बंदे को मौला दिखा लो, कैदी को बेकैद, अन कही मुख सुन कहलाई, अन कही मुख सुन कहलाई, सरसों फूली आँखों में, श्याम सुंदर की सुध जब आई सरसों फूली आँखों में। ऊंच नीच में फर्क न जानो, दुई हुई ना पैद, ऊंच नीच में फर्क न जानो, दुई हुई ना पैद, वहदत मन पर ऐसी छाई, वहदत मन पर ऐसी छाई, सरसों फूली आँखों में, श्याम सुंदर की सुध जब आई सरसों फूली आँखों में। नियाज आपको आप न जानू, कुजा उम्रो कल ज़ैद, नियाज आपको आप न जानू, कुजा उम्रो कल ज़ैद, निगल गई पर बत को राई, निगल गई पर बत को राई, सरसों फूली आँखों में, श्याम सुंदर की सुध जब आई सरसों फूली आँखों में। कुछ का कुछ है देत दिखाई, सरसों फूली आँखों में। जय बाबा।
अवतार मेहर बाबा की जय.
This was
the one who composed this Niyaz was a perfect master
of the 17th century.
of the 17th century, and beautiful words. Nigal gayi parvat ko rai. Rai is so small.
Yeah.
The rai swallowed the entire mountain. निगल गई पर्वत को, खुदी गई तब मिली खुदाई.
Wow.
जब खुदी जाती है, खुदी गई तब मिली खुदाई. And Baba would give the analogy of a drop swallowing the ocean. God realization is a drop swallowing the entire ocean. So that is the spiritual. What should I say? Yeah.
I want our audience to realize something here, because in today's time, there's a lot of nuisance going on many part of the world. In fact, last century, Baba was, why he has to take the avatar. This is the answer, that people with the ignorance are fighting in the name of religion and politics and science and everything. I have this, I have that. Basically, it is a power play, manipulation of the human emotions and stuff like that. But here, a Muslim saint writing the poem Shyam Sundar Ki Sudh Jab Aaye, talking about Lord Krishna's consciousness. When I got that, Sarso Phuli Aankhon Mein, that means my consciousness realized that I am just the Raika Dana. I am just the seed of mustard. You
Hmm.
when I get that, then only राई का पहाड़ बन सकता है और बाहर का राई भी बन सकता है.
हाँ.
True.
So
हाँ.
it is a tradition in our language that why you are making big issue out of
राय
small.
का पहाड़.
You call it
Hmm.
Raika Pahad. But
Hmm.
when I realize that this is my existence, I can really become Pahad. I can become giant from the drop. And this is the meaning of this line.
निगल गई पर्वत को राई.
Yeah, Nigal Gai Khud
Yeah.
Ki. Meaning that when we merge into Lord's consciousness, Krishna's consciousness, then our ignorance will not be ignorance. The wealth of the sagar or ocean will be our wealth.
Correct.
Yes.
Absolutely.
This is the
Absolutely.
richness of this song. I really loved it. I enjoy this kind of lyrics and ghazals.
Yeah, thank
It
you.
is perfect selection.
And
This
during
is the
Baba's,
last song that Baba.
this was the last song. And during Baba's time also, Manzile Meme period,
Uh-huh.
This was tune set by Baba.
the tune was also set by Baba. That is
Yeah,
what some say.
yeah, but compose in today's world.
During the Manzile Meme period, Baba. Sorry.
In musical terms, today's words, people say this music was composed by this musician,
Okay.
composed by Baba.
Yeah, composed by Baba.
Very beautiful, very beautiful. Let's go on.
During Manzile Meme period,
Uh-huh.
Meher Baba, one of the projects of Circle and Company, we haven't gone deep into Manzile Meme. They established called Circle and Company, where Rustam Irani was the manager, and
Uh-huh.
they researched about Upasni Maharaj's life, and then that came as a book, Sakorina Sadguru.
Uh-huh.
Yesterday we talked about Soma Desai and all that. So the funny part is, Brahmin disciple of a Muslim guru.
क्या बात
Sai
है?
Baba was Muslim.
Uh-huh.
Upasni Maharaj was Brahmin. Actually,
Garibo ka Asra. It was not for Sakurna Sadguru. It was for Garibo ka Asra. That book.
I'm sorry, my mistake. There's another book, Garibo Ka Asra,
Same,
which is also
in 3 languages.
it was
Baba had
so
in 3
what
languages.
we are
was-
trying to convey
yeah, no,
is
but it was for Garibo ka Asra that the book what Cyrus is talking of.
yeah.
Not
So
a
I
problem.
Because
stand
it was in
I stand
Marathi also,
corrected.
in Gujarati and in Urdu.
Urdu.
3 same, but the text is
Text
different,
is different.
but it is on the life of Upasni Maharaj. So
Okay,
for
the point that we are coming across is Muslim Guru Sai Baba,
Uh-huh.
Brahmin disciple Upasni Maharaj, unka disciple Parsi Meher Baba.
Right.
He is getting this work done. He's
Uh-huh.
getting the work done of a Hindu Brahmin master, and Baba is asking his Muslim disciples to sell the Hindu Hindu Guru's books
Look,
standing outside the mosque.
only on the outside the mosque.
So standing outside the mosque,
it is so
they are
difficult.
supposed to sell to the Muslims the life story of a Brahmin Guru. So he also wanted to integrate in that sense. That's what I wanted to convey.
no, this is very, very true. And we are going to share certain things for people to understand that when an avatar comes on the earth, he tries to break our ignorance and bring us in harmony, in unity through his
Right.
and through his love, rather, not just wisdom. Because again, if you go on the words, we may misinterpret and we may start arguing with each other. But when
Barabar.
follow the love, then it will be no question, no argument. So,
Correct.
on the next question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So now we have talked about karma. We
Yes.
want to understand about the reincarnation and
No, this is about yoga.
yoga. Sorry. So there are many types of yogas that are available in today's world.
Ji.
Which one does Baba prefer or wish us to adopt?
Okay. This question was asked to Baba, similar question as to what yoga we should do and all that. So Baba had a smile and he said, I'll tell you what is the best yoga. The best yoga is you go and I come. So you go and I come, because ultimately the aim of yoga is to achieve union.
Very, very
And
true.
the union, the aim of yoga is to achieve union with the beloved God, And and what we talk about yoga, the slide that we showed, that is more of asanas and not the real inner subtle aspects of yoga. Asanas are good for physical as well as mental reasons. You can give you flexibility, muscle tone, circulation. For mental, it can give mental tranquility, clearing mind and all that, But there are 4 distinct parts of yoga, as we call it, One is the karma yoga, which is, So Baba says, karma yoga means selfless service.
Yeah.
Now, Baba talks about selfless service as that service in which the person who is serving does not even get a thought that he is serving. That is
Wow.
the meaning of selfless service. And
Yes.
Baba respects, acknowledges all these yogas like karma yoga, jnana yoga, bhakti yoga, raja yoga, everything. Baba says it is there. It is there. But
Yes.
it's one thing above all these things, and that is the yoga of love. That is the yoga of prem. Because in all these yogas that you do, it will take you to a very good height spiritually, but it will not give you moksha or mukti or liberation or salvation. Forget about God realization. That is what Baba says. Why? Because now see, now this is, I'm joining up with karma. How do we get karma bandhan? How are we getting bound in karma? All these will give you good karma, which again will have to be experienced by coming back to life.
Very
What
true.
we want, what Baba wants is playing the game of Uno. There's a game called Uno where you throw all your cards, there's nothing in your hand, and then you are the winner.
Yes.
You are the winner. So we have to have a balanced samskarik slate. No karma. Now, how do we get to that? In discourses and my understanding, limited understanding of that is, on one side, there is kriya, karma, actions. Even if I make up my mind that I don't want to do anything, I just want to lie down, that also is an action. Right? So on one side, there is kriya, something to do, some action. On the other side is karta, kartutva abhiman. I am the doer, the
Yes.
ego, the aham is equal to karma bandhan. I do very many good things, but I do it from the platform of I am the doer. I get bound by good karmas. It's a
Very.
bondage. And that bondage is equally the bondage, good karma. And Baba says good karma like a chain of gold. But chain is a chain.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
if I do something wrong, again I will be bound, but bound by chain of iron or spikes or whatever you call it. That is also a bondage. So either it is good or bad, it is bondage.
Yes.
But the progress generally is from the so-called bad to good to God. That is the progress. That is how, sorry?
Buddhist hands.
Okay. No. What, Soumya? Why don't you speak? Okay. The good karmas are like your legs are tied. Your legs are tied. So with your hands, you can do so many, you can untie. The bad karmas are your hands are tied and you can't do anything about it. So Baba, these are different examples which Baba gives. So now how do you break this formula of karma bandhan? How do you break it? Anything that I do, I'm speaking, I'm talking, I'm thinking, I'm feeling, I'm acting, it binds, it binds, every moment is a moment either of binding or of liberation. Either I am emancipated, freed, or I am bound. Now, what is that very fine-tuning thing that I will do, but I will not get bound? You see, so Baba recommends in the same book, Discourses, you have to create a provisional ego, temporary ego, which is subservient to that of your master. And anything that you do before starting that thing, honestly, one should be honestly honest and sincerely sincere to think, feel, and believe that I am not the doer. My master is the doer. It is he who is doing through me. So now when I do that, what happens is the doing is happening all the time. But since I am not doing it from the platform of I am the doer and the master is the doer, since I am not the doer, I will not get binding.
Very
So
good.
over a long period of time, if we that's why Baba's you can say panacea of all ills is constant, wholehearted remembrance. If we constantly and wholeheartedly remember Baba, then whatever we do, it will not be binding on us. That's what Baba says. So here, my existing karmas or samskaras will keep exhausting, will
Yeah.
keep expanding, will keep utilizing. It is like a battery charged. You see, it is exhausting the energy, but I am not putting it in the charger again. So it is not being recharged again.
Very, very.
Elsewhere, Baba has given the example that when you come, you come with a wound up clock, like an alarm. At
Yes.
the appointed time, it will keep on ringing, but take care not to wind it again. So winding again is that very, very, very fine point. I am doing it. I
Yes.
am serving. I am a great meditator. I am a great, what a renunciator. That
Yeah.
I comes, it is binding you more.
मैं
On
बहुत
renunciation, Baba says, tarke, tarke, tarke dunya, tarke ukba, tarke, tarke maula, tarke tar. Tarke dunya means renounce the external world. Tarke ukba means renounce the inner world. Tarke maula, renounce your own religion and whatever you consider as spirituality. Tarke tar, renounce the very thought that you have renounced everything.
क्या बात है, क्या बात.
Tarke dunya, tarke ukba, tarke maula, tarke tar. So
Very.
that is, so in other words, here is the panacea, here is the remedy for all of us, that whosoever you believe in Meher Baba, you believe in anybody, whosoever you believe in, and it should be a genuine master, a perfect master or the avatar or a genuine master, and think that it is him who is doing everything through you. Then Baba says, on one hand, the past samskaras are being utilized and spent, the fresh samskaras are not being. So over a period of time, all your gross samskaras get converted into subtle samskaras get converted into mental. This is all a subject of God speak as mental samskaras, and then you achieve liberation or God realization. So
Very,
that is the process. So when you asked about yoga, Baba said, you go and I come. The
very.
aham in you should go, I should come in, and when I am in, that is the highest yoga.
Yeah. Tarke Maula. That is what that is what Baba is saying. In fact, everything that you are saying, I felt, I learned, and I accepted to the core consciousness level from my master in the same way. He was saying the same thing.
Language of truth.
Yeah.
Instead of worrying about everything, just surrender it to me and I will take you just the things. However, make sure that you are not building new karma in the name of ego. So that is
Correct.
the second one, what you call tarke dunya के बाद क्या कहा आपने?
Tarke ukba,
Ukba.
you renounce the
Mental.
inner world, all the spiritual world.
So that is
That
the
is
mental world where
Inner.
inner
thinking,
world would
I am
mean
doing
Feel.
and this is happening.
Subtle and
the
mental.
subtle and the mental world.
Very
At
true.
some places, we talk about the two worlds. Mali ke do jahan. Do jahan means the external, outer, and the inner. But in the inner, there are two, which is subtle and mental.
Very true, very true. तो उसके ऊपर हम जा रहे हैं. We are going to go on the next part when we are understanding more about the chart. So this is really beautiful, and I think that Baba gave us the key. Like you see, the masters come.
Yes.
It's the key how to unlock our ignorance and how to go to the core self, because there is one after another different layer of ignorance
Yes.
we received, or delusions of the world, kam, krodh, lobh, moh, ahankar, what we call. These are the layers that we are holding on our
Yes.
consciousness. When
Yes.
avatar like Baba comes, he slowly remove these layers like onion rings.
Feels.
He
Yeah.
bring us to the real thing that we want to test, and we are going to test it today. Let's go next part.
Yes, please.
So, please explain the 4 journeys as given by Baba.
Okay. Okay. Can we have the chart?
Yes.
Because
Yes.
I have. Can it be expanded, zoomed?
Yes. We will go first. Start with the lower part. Just
Lower. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, this is given in God Speaks, and it is taken from a book called The Everything and the Nothing. Okay. We can see that the entire everything is infinite God. There is nothing outside infinite God. Now, at the lower level, you will see infinite gross sphere. And when we talk about infinite gross sphere, we talk about not just our planet Earth or our solar system of or how many planets we have. We are talking about all the stars, all the planets, everything that is gross. And there are millions, Baba says, millions and millions. There are galaxies, there are black hole, there is whatever you call it, everything, the stars, the planets, everything comes within the purview of this infinite gross. Baba is writing there, I think, millions of, I can't read it well, millions of universes. Let me see if I can. Just a minute. I'll just see if I can refer to my. Can you just find out? Please. Okay. So there are
Millions of
the millions
universes.
of universes, right? And in that, our gross world, Earth, is also there, right? Now, when creation started, it first started with gases, which is not shown here. Even in God Speak, Baba is not going deeper into gases because it will be difficult for us to understand. Then there is the first layer, which is called the stone and the metal. Here, Baba is combining stone and the metal. Elsewhere, there is stone separate, metal separate, but that does not matter. Then there is vegetables, which is the vegetation kingdom. Then there is worms, which is also called reptiles. Then there is fish, there is bird, there is animal, and there is human being. So this entire process is called the evolution process. When we do the other chart, we will also revise this thing. And this is all in illusion. Everything you can see that this is an illusion. Now, when we are human beings, there is no further evolution of consciousness because the will to be conscious fructifies in the very first human form. After the human form is achieved, there is no retrogressive consciousness. In other words, there is no going backwards. There are many religions which may teach that if you don't do proper karma, then you will be born as an animal or bird or whatever it is. No. Baba says that when we talk about evolution, we are talking about evolution of consciousness, which is followed by evolution of form. But
Yes.
what Charles Darwin says, that evolution of forms precedes consciousness. But Baba says, no, it is the other way around. Consciousness first evolves, and in the evolution of consciousness, we gather more and more impressions of samskaras. And in order to expand or experience or utilize those samskaras, we need more and more complex forms. In other words, forms is a byproduct in the factory of the evolution of consciousness. Form follows consciousness, or consciousness precedes forms. I hope I am clear about that. Now, once the human form is achieved, there is no further evolution of consciousness. Evolution is complete, whole and complete. All the 3 bodies which were developing in this evolution process is now complete. The gross body, the subtle body, and the mental body. All are now complete in the very first human form. Now, what starts is the reincarnation process. That means we call it 84 lakh fera, 84 lakhs of human births and deaths, births and deaths, births and deaths. That is called the reincarnation process. And the purpose of this reincarnation process is to do away with all the impressions, all the samskaras which we have gathered during the entire evolution process, We are supposed to utilize it. We are supposed to experience it. We are supposed to spend it. That is the purpose of reincarnation. Now, when all the gross sanskaras gets thin, gets rarefied, gets weak, gets flimsy, then it automatically transmutes itself into subtle samskaras. It is then that we are supposed to be treading the spiritual path or entering into the first plane of consciousness. Now, all these planes are all within us. Baba said there is nothing outside of us. Everything is within us. It is only the issue of the angle of vision. All that I was seeing outside of me, my vision was without. That means I was outside seeing. The flashlight of my consciousness now gradually turns within. And I start seeing and experiencing the inner world, which is the subtle world, which is the world or the sphere of energy. This is where all your riddhi siddhis come. This is where all your powers come. This is where you can create miracles, minor miracles in the first, second plane. In the third plane, Baba says that you can bring back pre-human to life. A dog has died, donkey has died, horse has died. The third planer can bring back such dead animals to life. The fourth plane is the person on the fourth plane is known as a Kuber, or he is also called the Mahayogi, and he has such superpowers that he can not only bring back a dead man who is alive, but he can create new life. He can create new universes. Such is the power of the fourth plane. And Baba says that that is the plane, only plane from which, if the powers are misused, you can go back all the way to the stone stage. That is the only retrogression of consciousness it can happen, not in any other planes of consciousness. And the fourth plane is also called the threshold or the umber. We call it umber, between the subtle world and the mental world. In the mental world, there are two planes, fifth plane and the sixth plane. The person on the fifth plane in Sufi terminology is called a Wali. In Vedic term, he is known as a Mahatma. And the person on the sixth plane is known as the Pir. And in Sufi term is known as the Pir. And in Vedantic term, he is known as Satpurush, the one who can see Sat or truth. So the fifth and the sixth plane come within the ambit of the mental world, where you cease to identify yourself not only as a cross-conscious human being, but also you have got now nothing to do with powers. You have no powers. You had all the powers in the fourth plane, but now you have no powers in the fifth and the sixth plane because they are of the mind. In the fifth plane, you control, you create, you manipulate, you read, you influence everything that is connected with the thoughts. A person on the fifth plane can read thoughts. Sitting in America, he can read thoughts, what I am thinking in India. So similarly, on the sixth plane, it concerns the feelings. So he can control, manipulate, check, influence. In that way, the fifth and the sixth planers can control the mind of the fourth planer and stop him from doing any mischief and going back to the stone stage. Other than that, they do not have any powers, but they can have control over the mind. So after the mental world, you can say, after you pass the gross, subtle, and the mental world, you are the seventh plane. You can see on the right side, there is a seventh plane, which is in Sufi terminology called Fana. It is also called Nirvan or Nirvana. That is the Fana. And this Fana is immediately followed by Fanafila, or what is also known as the Nirvikalp Samadhi. So the person when he achieves fana. That means this is the second journey. It is now first journey. The first journey ends in the mental world when you pass over from the mind to becoming God or passing away into God. That is where you achieve fana and you achieve what is known as nirvana. Now, Baba says that very few persons, after achieving God realization, most of them, they drop their bodies because the purpose of their body is already accomplished. There is no further need of body. I experience the I am God state. I experience infinite knowledge, infinite power, infinite bliss. There is no need for any body now. So you pass over and you pass over into God. Now, very few people, after achieving God realization and achieving the consciousness of God, also gets the consciousness of the three worlds, which means the mental, the subtle, and the gross world. So they are in a state of abiding in God. It is known as baka. So there is a fana, fanafila, baka, and bakabila. So these are the people who are called, okay, the one in the fana, they are called mazubs, and they are in a state of mazubiyat. Mazubiyat means they only experience the I am God state. They have no consciousness of the world, no consciousness of their bodies, no consciousness of their surroundings, but they eat, drink, sleep as if they are normal human beings, but their consciousness is embedded in I am God state, only that much. Those who are saliks, like the second journey, they have the consciousness of I am God state. Simultaneously, they also have the consciousness of the three worlds, the mental, the subtle, and the gross world. They are called saliks and they are in a state of sulukiyat. So they pass the second journey and they enter into the third journey, which is that of a perfect master or a man god or a kutub. This is the third journey, which is known as kutubiyat. And in kutubiyat, there are only 5 at any given point in time. Kutubs or perfect masters or sadgurus or man god at any given point in time in the entire creation. We are not talking about just the earth. In the entire creation, of course, they are only on earth because earth is supposed to be the most spiritual planet. So they are known as kutubs and they are in their third journey, which means the kutubs are in their third journey. And when the kutubs drop their physical body, then they merge into the infinity of God. That is known as the fourth journey. Can we come down to the fourth journey?
Go up.
Yeah, go up rather, go up. Passing away as God. When the perfect masters, the Sadgurus, the Kutubs, or the man God, when they drop their physical form, that is the completion of the fourth journey. They have passed away as God. God drops his physical, subtle, and mental vehicles and experiences infinite knowledge, infinite power, infinite bliss, while retaining infinite individuality. Now, this may appear as a dichotomy. How can you still continue to have individuality? But that is where the drop swallows the ocean and announces, I am the ocean. God realization, self realization. So these are the 4 journeys which Baba has explained in the book called God Speaks, and they have been taken from the book called The Everything and the Nothing. If there are any questions, welcome to ask.
Right. So, like this infinite God is like a space, the Brahma
Yes.
cosmos that we understand.
Yes. And when we say infinite or infinite, whatever way we pronounce it, it is so infinite that our mind, which is finite, cannot comprehend, cannot apprehend, cannot understand what infinity is all about. So yes, so everything there is in this so-called everything.
Very, very beautiful. And if you go on the next chart, probably those who have questions not that the one after. Here you can compare all the different terminology from Vedantic terms and mystic terms and Sufi terms. Basically, it is the same thing, the three world of illusions. And then this is another chart basically from the same book, God Speaks. And we try to show here that Baba took effort for all of us to understand that you might be using different words, but it has the same meaning because consciousness is not different for different religious people. It is the same consciousness that exists in me as a Hindu, or somebody who is Muslim, or somebody who is Zoroastrian or Christian. Consciousness is same, our soul is same, and that is what Baba is trying to teach us, that it is one journey, many paths.
Yeah.
Very
When
beautiful.
Baba was asked about religion, he said, I have come not to establish any new religion. I have come to bring all the religions like beads on one string. And this is what exactly Baba is trying to convey to us, that these are only terminologies. These are only external differences. They are all one and the same.
Very beautiful, very beautiful. Here, some of the words that Cyrus ji was trying to use and explain us, that when you are in this plane, you might be called yogi or sadhak, mahatma, then mahayogi. These are Vedantic terms if you want to understand that way, mahapurus or sant. And on the right side, you will have some Sufi terms like fanafila, as he was explaining. When you do moksha or nirvana, or the state from third to fourth journey. I think that is the part that he was explaining. And Turiya Avastha, the Turiya Avastha is the state where it is beyond Aham Brahmasmi kind of things in Vedic terminology. The fourth level of consciousness when we are merging into the God's consciousness. And Paramatma is the same word that we use for Allah. So we should not fight in the name of God. It is just the term or words used with our knowledge, what we were given from our parents or our ancestors. But ultimately, Baba tried to explain us that look, you are trying to talk about the same thing, different words. To be honest, when I came to Canada for the first time, I came across uh, some Christian people, elders, who were trying to explain me that why don't you use Christian religion for yourself. I say changing the name label on my forehead will not change me inside, so why should I change the religion? I respect your religion and I will go and enjoy whatever teaching Jesus has given you. I will enjoy that because Jesus is same to me as Krishna. So that is the way I interpreted and I accept Christianity or Muhammad or Sufism. And today we are learning from Meher Baba, the avatar himself. So very beautiful. One more thing, we can go on the upper slide with the Panchakosha. Yes, I basically believed on the right side of the story because I learned from the Vedic Taittiriya Upanishad about the Panchakosha. When I compared what Baba has taught us, I found that it is the same thing. That first, on the physical level, external level, gross body, we are talking about Annamaya Kosha or physical body. And that is what Baba said at the bottom of the chart here, the gross world, okay, our earth. Then vital energy body or pranamaya kosha, mental body or manomaya kosha. We are seeing here subtle world and mental world, which is the same thing, and wisdom body, vijnanamaya kosha, as you are going more above. We call it subtle body or sukshma sharir. Okay, so there are three sharir: sukshma sharir, Sthula Sharir, and Anandamaya Sharir. So the fifth body that you see at the bottom, bliss body or Anandamaya Kosh, is this state where you are living as God life, the Kutubiyat that Cyrus ji has explained us. So in other words, we may have different understanding from different masters or different religious lineage, but ultimately, when it comes to consciousness, it is only one. When it comes to God, it is only one. That is how I understood, and I tried to connect myself that no, there is so much to learn from every master who came on the earth, and Baba was beyond the master. He was beyond what perfect masters, like five masters we learned yesterday, that we can understand that when somebody is coming from higher level, this person is not just a human body. This person is not just a swami or guru or master. He is the God himself, the avatar himself. That is the way I understood from this teaching. Let's
Correctly.
We can go on the next part.
Yeah, just a few thoughts that I have, I just wanted to
Please
convey.
go on. Please
One
go on.
is when you talked about changing religion, somebody did ask Baba about this, and Baba's very cryptic answer was going from one religion to another is like going from one cage to another cage.
Exactly.
Baba spoke about religion as a cage,
Yes.
as something, with the pandits, the pujaris, the dasturs, the priests, they don't want us to go out of the cage because they want us to be bound only in Shariat. Shariat means karmakand. Karmakand means rituals. They want us to be there. But
Yeah.
Baba says that if you follow the tenets of your religion with sincerity, then that very tenet, the very Shariat, will take you to the inner spiritual part. We saw about the subtle world and the mental world, the Shukshma Bhumika and the Mano Bhumika. That is known as the Tariqat. So the first there is Shariat, then there is Tariqat, inner path. And when you walk, when you tread the inner path, Tariqat, you get what is known as Marifat. Marifat is the gnosis. Marifat is the inner spiritual knowledge. And
Mm.
when you go beyond that, you reach Hakikat. Hakikat means the truth. So that is the pathway: Shariat, Tariqat, Marifat, Hakikat. But unfortunately, we are so bound by the religious tenets that we stick to that, and the priests do not allow us to go beyond that. And that is why many times Baba says it is time religion should go and God should come. There
Yeah.
is no God in the religion. We are only following the superfluous, external, ceremonial aspect of religion, which are so superfluous. You have to dive deep into it. Baba
That,
said the purpose of religion is to create love for God, is to create a desire to see God and to become one with Him.
very true.
Everything else about religion is an exercise in rites, rituals, and ceremonies. And Baba never gave importance to all these things. And coming about the unity, I may be taking a little time.
So please, please
One
take.
small 4 lines, and it is my favorite. Unity of all life. How? Baba says, God is love, and love must love. And to love, there must be a beloved. But since God is existence, infinite and eternal, there is no one for him to love but himself.
Yes.
And in order to love himself, he must imagine himself as the beloved, whom he, as the lover, imagines he loves. It's very beautiful. This is the first chapter of this book called The Everything and the Nothing. Yeah, I think it's not focused, but doesn't matter. It's called the Everything and the Nothing. I love this 4 lines. There is nothing besides God. There's nothing besides God. And as you rightly said, we are fighting over labels. We were
Yes.
fighting over words. I remember a story, and I'm taking this opportunity to say there was once a father who was who had 2 sons, and both the sons loved the father immensely, and the father also loved both the sons equally and immensely. But between the 2 sons, they would not get along well, like
Wow.
how it is happening in our time today. I
Yes. Yes.
don't want to name any particular religion, but this
That,
is what is happening. Now
that,
the
yeah.
father comes after a hard day's toil, tired, and he's sleeping. And the sons like the father so much that one son is pressing the left leg of the father. The other son is pressing the right leg of the father. And the son who is seeing that the other son, थोड़ा जोकी आ गया, he's closed his eyes and he's feeling sleepy. This son pinches the leg of the father, which the brother is pressing. Just imagine, not realizing that the pain goes to the father.
Yes.
So
Yes.
our fighting between one religion and other in the cause of so-called religion is such an absolute stupidity, not realizing that we are causing harm to the same God, to the same Father whom we are praising and believing. If once that much of common sense comes in our humanity, that it may be any religion, my fighting with another religion, this person is following the same God with a different label.
Yes.
Like I am Cyrus, let's say, my label is to Soumya, I am the husband. To my son, Nariman, I am the father.
Yes.
To my father, Maneksha, I am a son.
Yes.
But I am the same person. Awesome. And now these three people are fighting. No, no, no. My son is the highest. My father is the highest. My husband is the highest. Not realizing that it is one and the same thing.
And
Such
as if it was not enough, Soumya ji is fighting. He is mine.
that is what I'm saying. No, that she's fighting. If some other women says he's my husband, then all right. So now I think we are going. People should understand that it is such an absolute stupidity to fight in the name of religion.
Very
But
right.
then,
And this is the reason why I say that not just in a family of a, like the example you gave, sometimes people come in the religious path, organized religious path, organized spiritual path, and they are trying to please their master or God, and then they are fighting that my way is right, your way is wrong.
yes.
Understand that if we follow the guidance that we have learned here today about karma, about consciousness, take the responsibility. Who am I? And what is my true identity? Going from Sariyat to Tariqat to Hakikat, which is the word given by Osho. Yeah, Osho used this word also. And today, most of the spiritual master use Osho's words in their teaching as a base. I would say, after knowing Meher Baba, Osho was using some of the terminology and knowledge of Meher Baba in his teaching, because he was also using the same journey, going from, like Baba went from Pune to Mumbai, and like Mumbai to Pune. He also came from Pune to from Mumbai after coming from his hometown, Jabalpur.
Yeah.
The point is this: spiritual path is destined, as we are learning here. We have to go through it without complaining, and we have to share our love with everybody without any restrictions. So when we do that, I believe we can please our Father, our God, the only one. We may be polytheists, believing in different gods like Hindus, or we may be monotheists like those from Abrahamic religion. But if we believe that God is one, we cannot pinch the other religion people and think that God will blame, punish him, and I will be the good child of my God. No, we cannot like that. So let's go on the next part, because there is so much to learn in Baba's teaching. We want to learn a little bit about creation also. If
Yes, please.
can you
This is
on the creation?
this is Baba is dictating something to Dr. Ghani. Dr. Abdul Ghani Munsif was Baba's childhood friend, and he was a Sufi. He was a Sufi, and he had a very deep knowledge about Sufism. Anyway, now coming back to this creation chart, can we expand it a little bit?
Yes. Make it little zoom, starting.
Yeah, and bring it down. No, from the top. Now we have to go from top to bottom. Yeah.
Sorry.
So this is God in the beyond state, where God is and consciousness is not. This is the same state which the Vedantic thought talks about Paratpar Parbrahma, and which the Sufis talk about as Vara ul Vara or Gaheb ul Gaheb. This is the state about which nothing can be said. It just is. All that you can say is that is. That is the state. And from that state, nothing can ever happen in that state. It is like a sound sleep state. When we all go to the sound sleep state, the experience is that I am, but I am not conscious that I am. So in other words, every single day, when we go into sound sleep state, we get merged in God, the beyond state of God. So that is what I understand from Baba's God Speaks. Nothing can ever happen in that state. The beyond state of God is just the same as the beyond state of God, but it is not the most original state, which is the beyond state. It is Paramatma state. And through that state, anything and everything can happen, and nothing can happen in the God in the beyond state. So what happens? The first thing is you can see these gases coming out, the blue and green gases. Yeah, correct. So that is the point from which the gas comes out is called the Om point or the creation point, which is the finite point in the infinity of the beyond state of God.
Not there, not there.
No, the gases.
Yeah.
No, they will not be able to see.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, can I? This one. Yeah,
Correct.
the gases. Yeah, correct. This is the most finite point, which is called the Om point or the creation point. And what comes out, oozes out. Baba uses the word what oozes out ad infinitum is the nothingness of the nothing. And because God is infinite, his creation also is infinite. So after the gas state, we have this stone state. Next, on the left side, you can see the stone. So this is the evolution of consciousness, which we just did just now. So this is the stone state where stone and metals are shown separately. That's what I said. In certain charts, it is being shown as one. So then from stone, it evolves, the consciousness evolves into metal. From metal, you can see that the winding is in a clockwise direction. Like 1, 2, 3, 4 in the clock. There is a winding. So that is why you are correct, the winding. These are the winding samskaras from stone to metal, from metal to vegetables, from vegetables to worms, insects, reptiles, from that to the fishes, from fishes to the animal, the birds. Can you just go a little up? Yeah. From fishes to the birds, and from birds to the animals. And from animal, the last twist of winding samskaras is the human being. So these are all human beings standing in a queue, wanting to enter the spiritual path. And once the human state is achieved, there is no further winding and there is no unwinding. It is only spending and accumulating fresh samskaras.
This chart was done by Rano Gheli.
Okay, this chart was done by one of Baba's very close disciples.
Yeah, she was an artist.
Rano Gheli.
And the colors also, Baba has given her the colors. What colors? It's
very specifically made. Very specifically made under the guidance of Meher Baba. So you can see that there is a long queue of human being, and then you start the unwinding process. You can see the unwinding. Now it has changed the direction. And in the unwinding, you first go to the first plane, and then there is a second plane, and then there is a third plane, and then there is a fourth plane. Now in this chart, all the four planes. Sorry. Please go ahead.
I was telling my friend that keep the same circle, don't go up, because four planes are in the same.
In the same.
Yes.
Subtle world.
Yes. This is the subtle world or Shukshma Bhuvan, And in that bhuvan, there are four bhumikas or planes. And sometimes Baba refers to the fourth as the threshold or the go between the third and the fifth. And that is partly in subtle and partly in the mental world.
That's the cusp.
Yeah. And there is that cusp. Yeah. And now this process is known as involution. You can read the word involution. So first there is creation, then there is evolution, then there is reincarnation, then there is involution, and finally realization. So here, God realization. So now you are on the fifth and the sixth plane. On the sixth plane, the Satpurush. You can see the third eye opening, the inner eye, the spiritual eye. Through this eye, the Peer or the Satpurush, wherever his gaze falls, he sees nothing but God. He sees God in everyone and everything, but yet he is not one with God. He is very eager to get one with God, and it is only with the active help and assistance of a living perfect master or the avatar, who is the eternal living perfect master, can you jump from duality to unity, from darkness to light, from knowledge to ignorance, from Dui, that is Dui, to oneness, Advait, oneness.
Fifth
So,
plane.
sorry?
Fifth plane is
Fifth, I said.
mental, and sixth.
Yeah. Fifth and sixth are both.
Fifth is thinking, and
Yeah, we
sixth,
did that. Fifth
sixth
is
is
about
feeling.
thought, and sixth is about feeling. And then with the help of, as I said, the living, he has to be a living perfect master or the avatar. He pushes him from this to become one with God. And that is the completion of the first journey. We did that 4 journeys, and then he enters into what is known as Fana or Nirvana. And mostly people drop their bodies at this stage, or if they remain, then they go into the second journey, which is Salukyat. The people are known as Saliks. And if they move forward in the third journey, then they become Kutubs or Sadgurus. And then when the Kutubs drop their physical body, they complete the fourth journey and merge into the infinity of God and experience infinite knowledge, infinite power, and infinite bliss as and experiences infinite individuality. So this is one of the charts. And for this, the God Speaks, the copyrights are of Sufism Reoriented, which is a very beautiful center in America.
Walnut Creek.
I'll be Walnut Creek, yeah, California.
California.
Yeah, okay. So is that okay?
Yes. This is beautiful. I just want to put some light to my friends who understand Vedic philosophy or terms that we have learned from the Vedic terminology. Deho Ham or Jivo Ham, that is all the part up to evolution and reincarnation, where we are taking birth again and again with the karmic bondages. Then this real spiritual journey starts with involution, as we are seeing here, going from subtle sphere and mental sphere. And like in the life of Meher Baba, Upasni Maharaj came, gave him some enlightenment or some sort of blessing, the bliss. That is the one that is giving us the Agya Chakra awakening, like the stone is thrown on Baba's forehead. That is awakening the Agya Chakra, or Hazrat Baba Jan kissed on Baba's forehead. So this is opening the eye, the third eye, and then only we can understand everything is Sarvoham. What I am is what I see in every creation, every living being. With this vision, by the grace of that master, we are evolving, we are spiritually rising above. And if you are lucky, you get the not just master or guru, but avatar himself blessing you and guiding you. That is what we are learning today from Meher Baba's avatar's teaching. So this is so beautiful. After Sarvoham, we go into Shivoham. aham brahmasmi kind of things. So that is beyond the beyond state of God. And God in beyond state, that is paratpar parabrahma.
Par Brahma.
Yes, that is the thing that we are learning. So beautiful. That is so much common, so much same thing. And more we accept it with open heart and open mind, more we qualify ourselves to go in those fields, to evolve on that level. Very beautifully shared, Cyrus ji. I cannot.
Just one thought. What you said is very true about a normal human being passing through the creation, evolution. But for the avatar, he's already God realized. Only
Yes,
thing, the difference is that there is no question of any chakras being enlightened. He's already enlightened. He's already realized. Only
right.
thing is he's brought with a veil, and that veil is lifted by one or more of the perfect masters of the time. He doesn't have to go through any of these because he's already that. He's
I,
already gone through in the very first chakkar that he made
right.
millions and billions of
For,
years.
for, for my understanding, I
Hmm.
think when Avatar came, he is there, but because of the human body, he is going through this cycle for us to realize that these are the stages for you to evolve. These are
For
the
us, sir. He doesn't have to go through this.
removing
Huh?
the veil, removing the
Right,
veil
sir.
for
Right.
us to recognize him as Avatar. Because if Upasni
Yes.
Maharaj is not there, he don't remove the veil, we will not accept Baba as Avatar.
Barabar. The veil was removed by Hazrat Baba Jan actually,
Exactly.
and the coming down process of getting him grounded on the gross, subtle, and mental world, retaining God consciousness, was the job of Upasni Maharaj. That
Right.
is why that is why all these masters were required to give
Right.
him that, to remove the veil and give him the experience of infinite knowledge, power, and bliss. That way.
So I would say, from my understanding and my perception,
Ji,
as
ji.
a human being, we are starting in the left side journey on the creation chart, coming from left side to here. Here in Baba's case, it is directly from above
Correct.
to below.
He is already that. He
Reverse.
doesn't have to go through any of these.
It is the
Yeah.
reverse. Only the right side,
Right.
the light that is descending
And
on.
the important thing is you end the journey in the beyond state of God and never go back to the beyond state of God. And Baba explains it very beautifully. Beyond the beyond state is unconsciousness, and consciousness of unconsciousness is equal to God realization. Now, again, here there's a dichotomy. How can you be conscious of unconsciousness?
Fair
But that
enough.
is what Baba says. You never go back to the beyond state. There's another chart which we are not doing, I think, the 10 states of God, where Baba talks about the beyond state of God as state 2, which has got 3 sub-states, state A, state B, and state C. But we'll do it some other time. It's a
Right.
very interesting, yeah.
We are going to
So,
link for people to access all the God Speaks reading that you both have done.
absolutely.
And
Yes,
so
yes.
the people
Good, great.
more detailed understanding of it. This is just
Correct.
the summary. We are just trying to give you the
Yeah, yeah.
answer. The
Yes,
visual
yes,
will
yes.
come after. Okay, let's
All
go on.
right. All right.
So, yes, that slide, if we can just show, then people will be able to understand that. Can you go
Okay.
back to that slide that you were showing? If you are interested in learning more about God Speaks and other live streams from Meherabad, India, you can enjoy it on this YouTube channel, Amartithi 2012. Avatar Meher Baba Meherabad streams are there, and a lot of other information. So,
Yes.
we were talking about Dhuni. Every 12th of the month, the Dhuni is taking place. You can go on this website and you will be able to see yesterday's Dhuni video also on this. Okay.
Yes.
So please enjoy that. Let's go on
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you. Thank you. We try to make it easy for us and the
Absolutely.
those who love
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Baba and want to know more. So, are you ready for the next question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Again, does Baba believe in reincarnation? No,
Question.
Baba does not believe. He knows.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
anyway, what, no, that's okay. I'm just joking. All right. So, here, Baba was asked, this is my understanding, that you claim that you are the same as Zarathustra, Rama, Krishna, Buddha, etc. Yes. And you also say that there is only one avatar who keeps coming over and over again. There's no other. That means you are the only one who's coming. Yes. Then how come you are teaching two different things at two different times? There is a thought that there is reincarnation, 84 lakhs of coming and going, coming and going. And there are followers of Jesus, of Muhammad, even Zoroaster, where say that there is only one birth and one death.
Right.
They believe that when you die and you are cremated or you are buried, not cremated, buried, there will be one day of judgment, Qayamat ka din, when all the souls will again be brought back and there will be God sitting on the throne and dispensing justice. Okay, you did this, so you go to heaven, you go to hell. That is the understanding of majority of people who believe in one birth and one death.
Yes.
Whereas amongst the Vedantic thought, they say that there are several births and deaths, and they even number it as 84 lakhs. So how can there be two truths? The truth has to be only one.
Yes.
Baba says there is no two truth. There is only one truth. Then how come? Baba says the problem is with the interpretation.
Yes.
The interpretation of that one truth is the problem. And people who are sitting at the helm of the affair, calling themselves religious leaders and all that, they have not an iota of spiritual knowledge. And then Baba goes on to explain. First, I will explain in my words, and then we'll read out a little bit of what Baba says in God Speaks on page number 238, and the supplement number is 19. So people can refer.
Yes.
See, God is like an ocean. The ocean is not only infinite, which means there is not a pinpoint where he is not. The ocean is not only eternal, which means always was and ever will remain. It is now and it will ever will remain from the beginless beginning to the endless end. The ocean is eternal. That means there. It can never be that it is not there. So the ocean is infinite, the ocean is eternal, and the ocean is also indivisible, cannot be divided. The division which are apparent because of ignorance. So what Baba is trying to explain, the moment the whim or the lahar or the hooky or the desire, who am I?
Yes.
Baba, when he was explaining that hooky, he just shrugs like this, you know. So this thing happened and it is a whim. And a whim cannot be explained. Because if it can be explained, then it is not a whim.
Yes.
So Baba says that when that hooky happened, there was a shaking in the ocean. And because of this shaking, the waves and all this happened, and there was the so-called infinite, eternal, indivisible ocean became apparently divided into millions and millions of drop souls.
Wow.
So the ocean became drops.
Yes.
There is no reality of drop. The drop is formed because of the existence of a bubble around the drop. This bubble is the bubble of Brahm, bubble of illusion, bubble of ignorance, bubble of mind, which is not a real separation from the ocean.
Very
The
true.
drop is in the ocean. The drop is the ocean. But now the experience of the drop is, I am a drop different from the ocean, other than the ocean. The ocean is infinite. I am finite. The ocean is all powerful. I am weak. The ocean is all knowledge. I am all ignorant. The ocean is all bliss. I am suffering. You see, these are apparent divisions. So Baba says that birth of a drop within the ocean is the one real birth. That is the birth.
Yes.
Now these bubbles keep on changing. A bubble of stone, bubble of metal, bubble of mineral, bubble of fish, bubble of man. human beings, high, low, rich, poor, sick, healthy, Easterner, Westerner, whatever. All these bubbles keep on changing, and we go into the evolution and the reincarnation and the involution. And at the fag end of the journey, the bubble is burst. And when that bubble of illusion or brahm or ignorance or mind, that is why we did yesterday Manonash, when that mind is burst, annihilated totally, then the experience of the bubble is not I am a drop in the ocean, but I am the ocean. Aham Brahmasmi.
Wow.
And that is the one real death. So there is only one real birth and one real death. In between that one real birth and one real death, there are innumerable changes of the bubble, which the Vedantic thought calls it reincarnation.
Or 84 lakh yoni.
You understand? So this is so beautifully explained that nobody who is of proper mind will ever fight on this, whether there is one birth and one death, or there are 84 lakh. It cannot be that certain people who are born in a certain religion will have only one birth and one death.
Yes.
And poor Hindus who are born, poor Vedanti, who are born, they will keep coming 84 lakhs. So no, it can't be like that. God is very just. God is not unjust. So this is the clarity, absolute clarity which Baba has given, which I have tried to explain in my words. But I will just read out one paragraph, which is because these are Baba's words. They contain Baba's energy. Baba has infused them with spiritual energy.
Yes.
The Baba says, there is one real birth and one real death. You are born once and you die, and you really die only once. Now remember the word real birth and real death. What I die is not the death. That is why Baba, there is another, you will see in that 2012 ka YouTube mein, we had done a session about 17 sessions on Meher Baba on death.
Yes.
And it starts with a prayer. None dies. None knows to die.
Wow.
The rare one who knows to die is never born again. So the death is the death of individuality, the death of finiteness, the death of separation, the death of the small I, the death of the limited mind, the death of self-centric I, my, me, and that is the real death. And if you get that death, then you never have to come back again. You're never born again. So here I'm saying, now Baba is explaining, what is the real birth? Such beautiful words. It is the birth of a drop in the ocean of reality.
Yeah.
What is meant by the birth of a drop in the ocean of reality? Superb. It is the advent of individuality. That means now individuality is happening. It will be the advent of individuality, born of indivisibility. Actually, it is indivisible. But now individuality is coming from born of indivisibility through a glimmer of the first, most finite consciousness, which transfixed cognizance of limitation into the unlimited, which transfixed the consciousness on a limitation where there is no limitation at all. So yes. I don't want to go. And what is one real death? Same. It is the consciousness getting freed from all limitations. Freedom from all limitations is real death. It is really the death of all limitation. It is liberation. In between the real birth and the real death, there is no such reality as the so-called births and deaths. So that's all I wanted to read, so that we are clear about what is.
You put the light on very core of the question that people have. It is like me being separated from the cosmic consciousness or Paratpar Brahma is my bund or my ego or myself, my separatedness. And then me merging back into that Paratpar Brahma in the cosmic consciousness is breaking away from that ego or ignorance or identity that this is me. Very simple terms you have explained from Baba's words. I really love.
Just the thought that you don't merge back into Parat Parbrahma. We only merge back into the beyond state of God. We never go back to that state of God.
Okay.
So that means, in other words, we end our journey to the very same point from where we began the journey,
Right.
but with a world of difference. The difference is, at that point of gaseous or stone, there was very most, Baba uses the word, if you read God speak, most finite consciousness. And when you go back to the same hole from where you came out, in the beyond state, not in the beyond state, you are with full consciousness of I am God state.
Wow.
So the journey is from unconscious divinity to conscious divinity.
Wow.
You got it? Okay.
Yes. Very beautiful. Very beautifully said. Really learned. I think you covered up a couple of other questions also. But let's go on the next part. What is next?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
So Baba was born to Western parents.
Yes.
Maharashtra's teaching are summarized in three things: good thoughts, good words, and good deeds. Does Baba teach anything beyond that in his teaching or in his words?
Right. See, in Zoroastrianism, we give a lot of these tenets are Humata, Hukta, Huvarashta, which means good thoughts, good words, and good deeds. Baba goes a step forward, I would say, saying that even good thoughts, good words, and good deeds also binds with good karma. With good karma.
Yes.
And therefore, you have to translate the good thoughts, good words, and good deeds into God thoughts, God words, and God deeds. That means I am not the doer. It is God who is doing through me. And so you don't get bound. So that is the only, I would say, if at all we call it, I would say it is the most superior. And other religions also teach the same thing. Akarma karma or niskam karma. That means karma karo, uska phal ka. Don't talk about the fruits of the action. Do actions as if you have not done it, as if it is some other, energy which is doing it. Same thing. He's doing. Yeah. Correct. So that is the answer to your question. Anything beyond good thoughts, good words, good deeds. Yeah.
Another thing, Baba used to say, hold on, Daman, if I'm not wrong. That was the word that Baba used.
Daman.
Hold on to my Daman. Can we show that?
Yeah.
There is a
So
beautiful.
what is the daman? The daman is a hem of any garment. Any garment. If you
Okay.
see a small the garment. Yeah. Baba is pointing to the hem of his sadra and says, hold on to me. Hold on to my daman. So if you in India, at least it is there, that small child will keep holding on to mother's sarika, sarika edge of the
Pallu.
sari
Yeah, Pallu.
or the pallu. If you are going into a crowded street or in the fair, mela mein jayenge, pakar ke rakhta hai, and no matter what, that is not left. So in other words, Baba says, when he says hold on to my daman, he says that you have to stick to me through thick and thin. You have to obey me. You have to have full faith in me. And irrespective of what you are going through, keep holding on to my daman. And the example that he gives is, there are two examples. One is that of a kite, flying kite. And we have a tail of the kite, tail.
Yes.
And many times the tail may come off and you stick it. And you stick it with maybe gum, or sometimes at home we used to prepare lai. Lai
Yeah.
means
Rice.
or smash cooked rice and then stick it. So what Baba is trying to convey, irrespective of the quality of the material that is sticking the tail to the kite, as long as it remains stuck, the tail will go where the kite will go. If the kite is flying high, the tail will also fly high. The other example that Baba gives is that of a freight train. We call it a goods train or a freight train. where
Yes.
they have got not just 40, 50, hundreds of wagons. And in some wagon, there may be gold, there in some wagon, there may be some merchandise. In some wagon, there may be just cow dung. In some, in other words, what Baba is trying to say, irrespective of the content within the wagon, as long as the wagon remains attached to the engine, it will go wherever the engine takes you. The matter inside the wagon is not important. What is important is that the wagon should be hooked on to the engine. Many people I have seen, they say, oh, I am such a sinner. I sinned. I do all kinds of wrong things. And therefore I don't, I don't think Baba would be happy with me. I don't think Baba loves me and all that. For them, there is one very beautiful message which Baba says, seeds germinate in soft soil. Seeds don't grow in the stones.
Yes.
Seeds germinate in soft soil. I sow the seeds of my love, not in your strength, but in your weaknesses. Irrespective of how weak you are, how sinner you are, Baba says you just offer all your weaknesses, shortcomings, sins to me because I am the ocean. I will never get polluted. On the contrary, you will be purified by constantly thinking about me and offering all your strength and weaknesses to me. In other words, in some other place, Baba says, do not worry about your weaknesses at all. They will eventually go. Love will one day overcome it. So Baba's emphasis is on on loving him, irrespective of who you are, what you are. Just keep holding on to my daman without any judgment on your own path, because as Baba has very beautifully said in one place, there is no creature which is not destined for the supreme goal, as there is no river which is not winding its way to the sea. Irrespective of who we are, what we are, ultimately the river reaches the sea or the ocean. In the same way, ultimately, all creatures will finally merge with the Creator and experience themselves as the Creator. It is only a matter of time. And time is a construct of the mind. Time is an illusory thing. So Baba gives us that confidence that the ultimate terminus or the ultimate point where each one of us will reach is nothing but Godhood. We will all go and reach there, irrespective of who you are, what you are, whatever you may have done. God will only forgive, only pardon. Many people feel that, oh, Baba is punishing me. You are never, ever punished by Baba, but you will be punished. You are never punished by God, but you will be always punished. Sorry. You are never punished for your deeds, but you will be punished by your deeds. In other words, Baba will not punish you. It is the deeds which will operate the law of karma, and that will come to you as the harvest, as the fruit of the seeds that you have sown in the past. Baba never punishes. He only forgives. There is a very beautiful book called Conversations with the Awakener. It is written by Baba's Mandali, Bal Natuji, who wrote this book. There is a four-volume book, Conversation with the Awakener, More Conversation with the Awakener, Intimate Conversation with the Awakener, Flowing Conversation with the Awakener. And Awakener means Meher Baba. There is no mention of name Meher Baba in all the four books. And he wrote this after Baba dropped his physical body. In the very first book, in the very first chapter, in the very first sentence, words to the effect, mind you, he's asking the Awakener, what is that sin which you are unable to forgive or pardon? That is the question. First book, first chapter, first sentence. And the Awakener says, ever since the time of creation, no man has committed such a sin that I am unable to forgive.
क्या बात है, क्या
क्या
बात.
बात. Absolutely. So God is only forgiving, only merciful, only giving us chance after chance. Yeah, Balna too. Absolutely. This is intimate conversation. What I said just now was from conversations with the Awakener. I would strongly recommend uh, the viewers to find this book and read out. There are 4 books. So, yes, that is about.
Amazing, amazing things that we are learning about Baba's words, Baba's teaching. And I like what you said, God will never punish you for your karma, but your karma will punish you. You will
Right.
punish
Absolutely.
yourself for
You're
your karma.
never punished for your deeds, but you are punished by your deeds. It's
Yeah,
like that.
it's the karma himself is going to punish me because of its cycle.
Correct.
It's
Absolutely.
because
Absolutely.
it is the nature of the karma. So
Yes.
uh, this is the reality of life, I guess. This is what
Yes.
we are getting
Yes.
in, and more we realize, I always say, this is my interpretation, my statement, that in order to realize yourself, you have to be real. You cannot be fake. Most of the time we are showing different image, different personality to the world to look good and to be right. But the day you listen to your inner voice and you become real from what your intuition, or it is called dharma, if you are real, you will find real people and you will realize the truth of the universe itself. And that is the story of the tariqat, I would say, that sariyat to tariqat and then to hakikat you can go. Very beautiful, very
This is why
beautiful.
Baba said the greatest sin is hypocrisy.
Exactly, exactly.
That's showing something, whereas you are something else that way.
And
Yeah.
my
Go
master
ahead.
says many times that today in the world, the problem is not about non-religious people. It is the religious people doing the hypocrisy in the
Right,
name of
right,
religion, and
right,
that
right,
is the core
right,
problem.
right.
So next question,
Absolutely.
because this
Haji.
question of the people who believe in religion. Now, I am already following religious master, say Ram, Krishna, Jesus, or anyone else. Why should I then follow Meher Baba when he himself proclaims that he is the same one?
Yeah, somebody did ask a similar question to Baba. Same
Uh-huh.
thing. She was a foreigner, a Christian, and say, "You say that you are Christ." And Baba nodded and says, "Yes, that I am indeed, undoubtedly." Then why should I follow you? Why should I not follow Christ? Baba did not say anything, but a brilliant answer that he gave was, Jesus was, Baba is. So there is a difference between the past and the present.
Yes.
And then Baba himself gave this example uh, during wartime. I'll make it short.
Yes.
During wartime, the smaller kids, they have this patent breakfast, and they used to have Quaker oats as breakfast. Quaker Oats is a company which would make oats, Quaker Oats. And
Yeah.
during wartime, the supply is less and the demand is more. So one mother runs to the shop because the oats at home were just getting over, and she runs and she sees a tin of Quaker oat sitting on the shelf, and she is very happy. Oh, it's there. So he keeps on telling the person, "Give me that, give me that, give me that." I'm making it very short. Give me. And the shopkeeper, he says, "Madam, madam, wait, wait, wait." She thought that he doesn't want to give it to me. He has already reserved it for somebody else. And she was very exasperated to take that. And after a certain time, he he bends down and takes out from the carton one tin of Quaker oats and tells the mother that this is the fresh one which has arrived today. And you are my regular customer. Why should I give you that old one?
Yes.
So when Baba tells the story in his own very, very unique way, and then Baba says, I am that fresh tin of Quaker oats.
Yeah,
So
man.
when you, and then says, which mother would like to take that when the fresh one has arrived? So
Yeah.
that is the only difference. The other thing I feel, like for example, let's say there is any book, and then after a certain number of years, it is enlarged and edited. And both are available in the market. Which one would we buy? We will buy the latest. We will buy the latest one, which is, see, the language of truth is the same. There is nothing different. That it cannot be different, because truth cannot be changed. If it can be changed, then it is not a truth. So language of truth is the same, but the packaging of the truth depends upon the spiritual maturity of the population of the humanity to accept that at that point in time. So this is the same, but the benefit is that Baba is fresh. And Baba himself said, that for about 100 years, Baba uses the word from my manifestation, which is again another thing. What is Baba's manifestation? We won't go. It is as if I am alive. In fact, I am most easily available now to everybody that I am not in the body. You just, from any corner of the earth, you just take my name sincerely and believe that I am with you. I am closer to you than your very breath. That's what Baba is saying. So there is no difference in terms of time, in terms of distance. I am always available to you. And when we have the availability of the latest one, I don't see any reason why. It is not that the ones who you are. So, for example, in my case, I remembered very distinctly. Once I got to know of Meher Baba, and once I was convinced that he is the same as Zarathustra, I had only Meher Baba's photos in my home. And some of my Parsi friends, when they come and say, Jarthos Sahib no photo ek bhi nathi ghar. There is no photograph of Jarthos Pegambar Sahib. And I would tell them, in my mind, I have got this absolute conviction that Zoroaster and Meher Baba are one and the same. When I know that way, then why should I keep the earlier advanced photograph if they are too different? Why we keep, I am afraid Zoroaster will be, he will be annoyed at me. He will, he will be again something. I am afraid. Where there is fear and love do not coexist. Exactly. They don't go hand in hand. Once I know Meher Baba is the same, and the example that I give, and I think I have said somewhere, I don't know whether a year or so, I have a son whose photograph I have when he was 4 years, 5 years, cutie, all that, right? Now he is 50 years old. So if I have to show the photograph on my phone, flipping, which photograph will I show? If I show to somebody, this is my son, will my son who is 4 years old will feel annoyed or say, why is it that you did not show this but showed? Because in my mind, he is the same human being. Yes. The same one who was 4 years, now is 50 years. The same one who was Zarathustra, Ramakrishna, Buddha and others is now Meher Baba. So I am just sticking to one, and that's all. There's nothing like, what should I say, hurting the feelings of the earlier advent. No, it is just the same. But you must have that conviction. That is most important. Because most people have hundreds of photographs, and for whatever reason, and without hurting the feelings of anybody. Without offending. It's a very personal choice. And my personal choice is to keep Meher Baba's photos only. That's all.
Very, very true. I like it, what you said, and especially narrating Baba's own words. I want to say from my experience that we all have built up that subconscious mindset that this is right, this is wrong, and this is good, this is bad, based on our past life karma or this life karma or knowledge. But when we come across somebody like Avatar Meher Baba or my own living guru, I understand that this is the new knowledge, new information from today's time, the fresh produce of the market that is coming to your home.
Yes.
You want to enjoy the fresh fruit, fresh vegetables, fresh energy. You can accept it, but there is a voice that will be coming from inside. This is it. This is for me. Whether you go by following your heart, like Soumya ji has done, or whether you go by listening to your intellectual argument and question like Cyrus Ji, regardless of what path you take, you will either go fast or you will go a little late, but you will reach to the right master who is meant to be holding your his daman.
Yes, yes, yes.
You will hold his daman and you will walk
Correct,
with him.
correct.
This is my understanding. Like I might be following Shiv Krupanand Swamiji because my experiences are with him, but it does not disqualify the truth that was taught by Meher Baba,
Not
because
at all.
truth is always one. And the
Yeah.
language of consciousness is the vibration, the frequency of vibration of the truth. I have felt the same whether I go to the mosque, whether I go to the church, whether I go to the temple, or whether I am listening to Meher Baba's teachings and words. To be honest, when yesterday I was listening to Soumya singing the Upasni Maharaj Arti, it is like the pipe that was connected to the water hose, like water faucet. When the water flows, even if the rubber pipe was wounded in a circle, automatically because the water is flowing, it will stand up or it will be moving, become straight. The same way, the vibration, when you feel it inside, my hands were like this. I was feeling the vibration because I understand the language of vibration. This is what my master told me. Look, you may be Bhakta of Ram or Krishna because I was a singer and singing bhajan and a lot of things. He says, if God comes in front of you, how you will understand? That is the language of vibration. What you feel inside, that is what Baba said. Feel the love. Try not to understand the word, because with the words, our intellect will misguide us. We will be distracted. But when we understand the vibrations of energy and feel the love, we will be one with it. It will be locked. You will say that this is it for me. You want to say something, Soumyaji? Please say.
Now Soumya says, when is my turn to sing?
No, understanding has no meaning.
okay,
Love
okay.
has meaning.
There's a
Obedience.
message which says, it was there in the on the board in Mehrazar. I don't know whether it is still there. Understanding has no meaning. Love has meaning.
Exactly.
Obedience has more meaning.
Holding
And
on.
holding on to my daman
Daman
has the most
most
meaning.
meaning.
So irrespective of whether you understand or not, just keep holding on to him.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. This was the powerful statement. Ultimately, it is holding on to Baba's love and
Correct.
connecting with him. It is most important because our ignorance, we may end up making mistake. But if we follow Baba's words and we hold on to his daman, we may cross to that level we want to reach. Ultimately, it is the same destination for everybody.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, let's go next. What is the next part? Oh, yes. So sometimes we were talking yesterday about the Babas, when
Yes.
there are real sadhus, why Baba strictly against his followers bowing down to other masters or allowing others to bow down to them?
Mm-mm. See, basically, Baba, when you bow down, there are two types of bowing down. One is just respectful bowing, as mostly in the Hindu culture, you bow down to your parents or you somebody elder. That is not that you are going to the sharan or dedicating or surrendering or something, or you are expecting some kind of a favor from the other person. It's not like that. So Baba says that I am the highest of the high. I am the King of kings. I am the Lord of all lords. Once having come to me, you don't have to go to the darbar and the gatekeepers and all that. They are all there. The sadhus are there, the Peer, Wali, Aulia, Mahapurush, Mahatma, Swami, etc. They are all there. They are all my children. But once you have come to me, you don't have to go and do that. Now, my interpretation for that is Baba had also said that when you bow down to somebody, you are offloading your karmas or samskaras to that person. And
Yes.
if that person is not competent enough to handle your burden of samskaras, it will stop his spiritual progress.
Yes.
It will
Very
stop his spiritual. And that's why Baba had very strongly told, especially his mandali, never allow anybody to bow down to you, Miss Mandali, to the mandali.
Yes.
And if they do out of whatever, then you must repeat that action, act for act. If somebody is doing just the namaskar, you do that. If somebody is doing sashtang, you do that. So, and the Mandali was absolutely meticulous to ensure that nobody bowed down. Only person who is worthy of being bowed down to is Meher Baba. And that is why Baba was very emphatic about this both ways. Do not, there have been times when we have gone into certain workshops and we see people bowing down to them, and we exchange notes. Bapre, what is he doing? What is she doing? She's taking so much of karmas. And when our turn comes, we just embrace or we just say Jai Baba. That's all. And our experience for a couple of people has been that those people suffered tremendously at the end of their journey because they took upon themselves a lot of samskaras without having the wherewithal, the competence to handle those samskaras. So never we bow down to anybody and never allowed anybody to bow down to us. If at all somebody we just hold him and embrace and say Jai Baba. That's it. So that was the reason, perhaps, where Baba very strictly said no bowing down.
I absolutely agree with it. And to be honest, I have put it in implementation in my life after my guru said the same thing what Baba's taught us. I'm telling you because there are many devotees in this world who follow a master or guru, and once you start getting some beautiful experiences and powers
Correct.
and followership or fanhood
Finish.
of lovers,
Yeah.
then this is the point where negativity or illusion or the world is trying to drag you down by putting the crown on your head. So if you are getting into the ego and identification and honor and respect from the world, you can get trapped into this.
You are
And
gone. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Baba talking more about humility and servitude.
Yeah. In one of Baba's books, which he authored, this is called Beams.
Uh-huh.
Beams from Meher Baba on the spiritual panorama. He talks about these, what you just now said, as spiritual jingoism. That is the word that he uses, spiritual jingoism, where there are so many so-called masters who allow people to bow down to them, not realizing what they are getting into.
Absolutely. And I want to add one more thing, which is very important for common people like us. Okay. In Hinduism, there is a festival like for brother and sister, Raksha Bandhan, where our sister ties this Raksha.
Yes, yes, yes.
Brother is protecting his sister throughout his life. That
Correct.
is the bondage that we create and we protect our sister. I have 7 sisters. Okay.
Oh,
Wow.
And my sisters used to do the Bhai Dooj the day after the New Year, in the after Diwali time. They used to wash my feet because that was the tradition,
correct.
and to drink that water and bow down to me.
Hmm.
After getting enlightened and getting all this meditation practice
Knowledge.
in my life, when my father and mother passed away, I told them that look, my relationship with all my sisters was because of the karma that I had for my father and mother and with you. Okay. Now that we have started our own spiritual journey individually, you are living in your life, I am living, my parents are gone. I feel that my karmic bondage, Runanuban, I have wiped out. Whatever belonged to them, whatever I was supposed to give you, I am giving you today. And from now onwards, I am breaking this cycle of bowing down and washing my feet. Please
Excellent.
not do that. Even with the brother and sister, with the ritual that I was
Yes,
following throughout my life,
yes,
I have practiced this. I am telling this with the audience simply because sometimes we do everything out of rituals.
correct.
And if we are going on the spiritual path, we have to break down these barriers and bondages, even karmic bondages with the
True,
family.
true, true.
I've done that, and I encourage everybody, even in the Swamiji, my guru's work that I'm doing, I request everybody, please don't touch me or don't try to touch my feet. We do exactly what you say, Namaste, Jai Baba Swami or Jai Baba. That's it.
Mm.
That's the way it is. So it is very powerful thing for us to learn from each other. Very beautiful.
True.
Next part. So there is something like miracle. And what were Baba's views on miracles? Did Baba perform any to attract his disciples towards him? This guy was doing miracle. Can you play it again? What happened to alarm clock? Look at that.
Oh my God.
Do it one more.
Levitation. Levitation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
These are the kind of miracle people are attracted to in this world. We want to know Baba's views on that.
Yes. See, first of all, Baba would very strongly say that I am not a Madari. Madari, you understand. The one, I am not a Madari. You see, what greater miracle do you want more than the creation? That creation itself is a miracle in illusion. And a miracle within that is an illusion within an illusion.
Yes.
And if at all I want to perform any miracle, it would be only one, and that is to make you like me. That means to give us the experience of realization. Any other experience, howsoever lofty, howsoever attractive, howsoever whatever adjective we want to use, has no meaning, no importance in spirituality. It is in the domain of illusion.
Yes.
I have come to awaken you from illusion and not create another miracle and another illusion within your life.
Very true.
Baba gives an example that supposing you are sleeping and in that sleep you go through a nightmare, a very bhayanak dream. And in that dream you are shouting out my name, Meher Baba, please come and help. And in that dream I am coming. And now you are complaining to me that I am going through a very terrible time. Please do some miracle. What would I do? Should I create a miracle within your dream and give you the relief that now you are safe? Or should I shake you and awaken you and tell you that this is all a dream? You are not going through any problem. This is only a dream. So that is the reason why I say I have come not to teach or not to create an illusion within an illusion. I have come to awaken you from the slumber of your ignorance. So that is in short, as I said, there are books on miracles, but I don't want to go into that because of the paucity of time. Basically, yes, he never gave any importance to any miracle whatsoever because all miracles are in the domain of illusion, which is non-reality, and it has no importance whatsoever. In short, that is the.
So from that answer, I take for me that Baba is only about yoga. You go and I come.
You
Love.
go and I come. Only on awakening, only on giving the real thing. Because illusion, because miracles only perpetuate illusion.
Yes.
It continues with the illusion. Rather than perpetuating illusion, he will trash us and he will do certain things to us that we all of a sudden get awakened and we realize that this is not the direction in which we are expected to go. That way.
Yeah, so miracles sometimes what people are looking for is magical thing, what you see, what you hear. But Baba said, "Mano mat jano." You learn by loving me, not by going to the illusionary things. Very beautiful.
Correct.
Next. Now, talking about the young people, they also have certain new things that they are using for the spiritual enlightenment, because when they become unconscious by using this, what were Baba's views on use of psychedelic drugs, which is quite prevalent amongst the youth today for spiritual enlightenment? They think that I have been enlightened, I am hi.
Unfortunately, yeah. See, if you are enlightened, then enlightenment is a permanent experience. This so-called, there was a book written in the past, God in a Pill, God in a Pill. And we at our Bombay Center have come out with another book, same thing, False Promises I think it is there on your screen. Yeah. False promises of the reality pill. See this facial expression of Baba. He's so concerned. He's so disturbed by these people, especially youngsters, going into these drugs, psychedelic drugs. And Baba said that if God can be achieved through the medium of any drug, then God is not worthy of being God. At other times, Baba said that taking these drugs, except under medical supervision and for medical reasons, these drugs are harmful physically, mentally, and spiritually. Not only they do not give you any awakening or enlightenment, it will shatter the so-called brains. It will shatter your brain and it will make you go insane.
Yes.
In the 1960s, Baba came very heavily against the drugs, and there were three names that I know of. One is Dr. Alan Cohen, one is Rick Chapman, and the third one is Robert Dreyfus. They were into drugs, they were experimenting, they were going high, so-called high, and then they got to know about Baba and his message of strict message of no drugs. And that is when they contacted Baba, they met Baba, they communicated with Baba, and they realized that what Baba is saying is very true. And they gave up their drugs, use of drugs, and they become kind of apostles, kind of angels for Baba against the use of drugs. They would go from college to college, school to school, and they will narrate their own experiences. See, now you are feeling like this. Now, next time you do this, because they have gone through the entire process. Now you feel like this. Now you will feel like, then you will come to a dead end. Beyond that, you cannot go. So it is all an illusion. It is all very harmful. They would give radio talks. And Baba himself called all these three. And there was another one also, I think his name was Alpert. Alpert, huh? And then finally, he continued, I think. Then Baba said, we have nothing. And he called himself, he
Ramdas.
joined, he called himself Swami Ramdas.
Yes.
And he joined what is it?
Neil Karoli Baba.
Neil Karoli Baba. And Neil Karoli Baba told Alpert, who was now Ramdas, do you know who your real guru is? And then he said, it is Meher Baba. You are taking me as a guru, but your real guru is Meher Baba. There are many such instances where people have been following. There are many stories, but we won't go into that. So again, without hurting anybody's feelings or following any master or anything, Baba was against drug root and branch.
Yes.
So no drugs was but somehow, even now, it seems that very many school-going children also indulge in this. This knowledge should go to them that besides love, there is nothing that will help you. All these things are all, I said, physically, mentally, and spiritually. They are harmful. They are very harmful. So his view is very strong against drugs.
Yes. And I would add one thing, that it is our ignorance that we are turning to intoxication by alcohol or weeds or drugs.
Right.
It brings us temporary unconscious state.
Correct.
When we are doing this, we are using this, it is bringing us temporary unconscious state. However, when we are coming into the state of love through Meher Baba or through your master, whoever you are practicing, leading you without any substance use into permanent unconscious state, as we are learning through the creation.
Yeah.
You like to be in the Anandamaya state or constantly joyful state, or you want to be temporarily into the happy state or joyful state? That is the question you should ask.
Exactly.
At the cost of my health, physical, mental health, would I go into the happiness, or I will rather go without the cost of paying away, losing my physical and mental health? That is your question. So very
Correct.
beautifully answered. Thank you. We'll go for the next part. Our next question is about the books. There are so many books written by Baba, and today we touch little bit of God Speaks. And you were showing yesterday also the book written by
Charles
CB,
Purdom.
yeah,
Purdom.
Burdam, the Perfect Master. Apart from these books, can you suggest some name of the books that you were showing also, that people are interested, they can read or they can buy?
Basically, Baba.
Conversation
Sorry,
series.
sorry.
You said conversation series.
No, the conversation series is not written by Baba.
Okay,
Even Perfect Master is not by Baba. It is
right.
about Baba. If you go by Baba, then I will just show certain books. One is God Speaks, which we
Yes,
already know,
yes,
right? Which is actually dictated by Meher Baba. When you say written, when you say written, then there is only one book which has Baba's handwriting, and that is In God's Hand.
yes, in
In
God's.
God's hand, which is written. Others are dictated either on the alphabet board or through gestures. And these are some of the other books. One book which I said, The Everything and the Nothing, which
Uh,
I think there's, we read that the lover and the beloved, that one
yes,
paragraph we read. So this is, then there is this discourses. This is the seventh edition, as I said.
yes,
There are
yes.
many other editions, and photographs keep changing every time the publisher publishes. This book is called The Beams, and the God Speaks and The Beams, the copyrights are of Sufism reoriented. The
Uh-huh.
Beams came about because after God Speaks, the editors of God Speaks, that is Murshida Ivio Deuce and Don Stevens, they had quite a few questions. So they wrote those questions to Baba, and Baba replied them through Dr. C.D. Deshmukh, who was in a different in a, you can say, in a different manner, and that came about as Beams. Then there is other book. I'm talking only written or dictated by Baba, not about Baba. About Baba, there are hundreds, hundreds. So here there is a book called
Path of Love.
is it correct?
Of
No, no,
love.
I'm just saying, I'm just seeing the reflection, whether
Yes,
it is showing the
we can
correct.
see it. We can
It's
see
called
it.
The Path of Love. It is called The Path of Love. Then there is another book called Sparks from Meher Baba, a
Okay.
dissertation from Sparks,
Park.
S-P-A-R-K, Sparks from Meher Baba. Then there is book, but they are called Messages, which Adi K. Hirani has compiled
Uh-huh.
from discourses. Then there is a book called Life at its Best.
Okay.
Life at its Best.
Okay.
The starting of this book is, if understood, life is simply a jest.
Wow.
If misunderstood, life becomes a pest.
Yes.
Once overcome, life is ever at rest. For pilgrims of the path, life is a test.
क्या बात.
When relinquished through love, life is at its best.
क्या.
So that is the starting of this book, Life at its Best. And then we have another one, Silent Teachings of Meher Baba.
Okay.
So these are basically the core books which were published during Baba's lifetime. After Baba passed over, also some of the material was found, and they have published those books under the authorship of Meher Baba. But these are only when Baba was in the physical form. And
Right.
there are other books, hundreds of books on Meher Baba, which we are not doing now. I recommended one book, which is Conversations with the Awakener, the series.
Uh-huh.
Then same author, Bal Natuji, writes Glimpses of the God-Man, which is also a very beautiful book. Many books. There are, I think, 6 volumes. And there is one very, very long, detailed biography of Meher Baba. And
Wow.
this is called Lord Meher.
Wow.
It has something
Two
like
edition.
6,000 to 7,000 pages with so
Wow.
many hundreds of. Sorry?
Second edition.
No, this is the original book which was published in USA.
Mhm.
Then the same book was published for cheaper because this was costing. There are 20 volumes. It costs more than 40,000 rupees, which is quite a good sum for Indians. And then they have come out with the same version, Indian print. Hyderabad center has Balaji karke tha, he got it printed, and it is very cheap, so 8,000 or something, and it was condensed into 8 volumes. When I say condensed, it doesn't mean the material was removed, smaller prints, smaller photographs. So that is called the biography of Avatar of the Age, Lord Meher. Lord Meher.
Very
So
good.
these are the books, and now while we are at it, I would also say that there are some centers in the USA.
Yes.
One, we always know that the Myrtle Beach Center, which is called the Meher Spiritual Center, which Baba said, my home in the West. Then we have Beloved Archives, which is run by one gentleman, Noshirwan Anzar. It is in New Jersey. He has got the archives, yes. Beloved Books, he was running a Beloved Books. He also does a lot of publication. And then we have Sufism Reoriented, where
Yes.
Baba had started this Sufism Reoriented, where the crux of that is focusing on Baba's love, and all the rituals in Sufism has been removed from them, and the name is given as Sufism Reoriented. I had it written down somewhere. I don't know. Anyway, and then we have this Heartland Center, which is coming up in Prague, Oklahoma. So we have sufficient centers over there.
Many in California. We are going to share the links and everything.
Yes, yes.
of the
I'm
program.
sure these days it is so easy to just punch in
Yeah.
centers of information in USA and you will get a whole list of it.
Yes.
So that's it.
We are going to share some links for our audience at the end.
Yes.
I treasure this book because this is very beautiful book. God speaks, and I have one here. If you want to learn more about Meher Baba's work and
Oh,
centers,
great work. Very good.
you may visit all this. This is the first one is the Meherabad one from India, our website for the Meher Baba's trust. And then if you go on Avatar Meher Baba Trust centers, you will find many other different centers all over the world in this you can find. And of course, South Carolina, Myrtle Beach is third one, but there are many other from California, Australia, UK that you can find the different centers and different websites. But we have done our homework in our research to connect you wherever you are. Please go and connect with Baba. Please try to learn more about Baba's teaching and connect with the Baba lovers in your area if you like this program, because our objective is to connect you with the
Yes.
and right Baba
The
lovers.
second last name I am not aware of.
Uh-huh.
I don't know whether it's a genuine. I'm not sure. It says Meherstan Group, Amarnagar, India, and even
Uh-huh.
Meher Baba's spelling is MEHR. I don't know if
It
it
could
is correct, but be
be
better.
wrong
I will
one.
check it up. I will check it up and find out whether it's a genuine website, because there are many websites. I know, darling. There are many websites which are opening in the name of Meher Baba,
Right.
and they may input a lot of things which are not actually from Meher Baba. So we
Okay.
need to
So
be a little
we will
cautious about that.
remove that from our list. No problem, because
Yeah.
that could be unauthentic one. And this
I
is
don't know. I don't want to give any comment unless I'm sure about it. Yeah.
no,
All right.
you in Mehra, you living in Mehrabad, probably you
Yes.
must be aware of very thing in Ahmednagar, which is not too far.
We'll verify it. We'll verify it.
No
Yeah.
problem. No, that's a warning. Um Amazing stuff we learn from you. And now we are coming towards the end of the program.
Yeah, coming, but not coming.
No, because we love you so much, we want to get more from you.
Okay, go ahead. Please go ahead.
Next question. This is something that we
Yes.
don't like to discuss much, but we want to know, when did Baba leave his earthly body and what
Hmm.
rites and rituals are followed at Baba's Samadhi?
Okay. Baba dropped his body on 31st January 1969 at around between 12 and 12:15. The first telegram which came showed the time as 12 o'clock, but then later on they said it is 12:15. So maybe he was still being given artificial respiration and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation by Erach Jasawala. So it is 12:15 on 31st of January 1969, which happened to be a Friday. And in yesterday's talk, Soumya drew my attention. I did not give the date of Baba's birth. I had given the time 5 o'clock, but the date is 25th of February 1894. So now I'm correcting that. Okay. And insofar as any kind of rites and rituals of ceremonies or something is there is absolutely nothing being done. For people who have attended the Samadhi of Meher Baba will be surprised. There is no commercialization there. There is no shop for agarbatti, minbatti. You know what is agarbatti? There is what is it called?
Incense stick.
Yeah, incense stick or candle or nariyal. The only thing that is available is flowers, and that too only 2 or 3 vendors are there, and you have to normally place orders in advance.
He's telling something.
Sorry.
Dan
Dan Peti. Thank you, Naman. There is no Dan Peti. If you by mistake, I was just going to say, by mistake, if you put some, we call it charawa. If you put some money on Baba's Samadhi, people will get wild at you and they'll throw you out. Means there is no voluntary donation box and all that, like what we see in other so-called dharmic stans, that the dharam place, religious places, people running after you, telling you, you do this ritual. Okay, now we will pray for your this thing. We will pray for your well-being. We will pray for you to have children and all that. Nothing of that sort. Nothing is tolerated. Nothing is allowed.
Yes.
So these are the images of Meher Baba's body lying in state in the crypt from 31st January 1969 in the evening till 7th February 1969, 12 o'clock, when at 12 o'clock, at same time when he dropped his body, and that 7th February happened to be his birthday according to the Zoroastrian calendar. And even on the 7th day, there was no sign of decay in the body. And some people were talking about keeping the body open for eternity, like how there's one body, Saint Francis in Goa. So the Mandali and the disciples said, no, Baba always behaved in the most natural way. Let us do things what is naturally, what we do naturally for others. And then the ice blocks were removed, and then it was covered, the pit was covered with the mud. And then later on, much later, this marble that you see over there, much later, this marble came. The photo on the left is the original photo that was there in the Samadhi. And the window, this window on the north side, we call it the north side, was always open. And there are 2 other windows on the east and west. They were also open. But now the north side window is covered with a painting. You can see the painting. So it is permanently closed and blocked, whereas the windows on the east and the west side, they are always open. And on the marble, there is the inscription, Eternal Beloved, Avatar Meher Baba. And these are the dates, 25th February 1894, 31st January. I have come not to teach, but to awaken. Sorry?
31st January.
I said, oh, okay, 1969.
Very good. Very beautiful.
So,
sorry.
Yeah, no, we feel connected with Baba by listening to.
Yes.
Now,
this is in one of the Amar Tithis.
Uh-huh.
Amar Tithi is the most important day. We celebrate, and there is no question of weeping or crying or anything. There are programs, there are dances, there are skits, there are bhajans, there are kirtan, there are kavalis happening. So it's all a celebration of him being, in a sense, freed from his bodily, what he used to take upon himself, the suffering. So now he is free. And he is available to each one of us in our own hearts, irrespective of where we are on earth.
Very beautiful. Very beautiful. So, all Baba lovers, you have heard what Cyrus ji and Soumya ji has said. If you are visiting Mehrabad or Meher Spiritual Center in South Carolina or any other center nearby, you know about Baba in last 2 days, so many things. And our attempt from Soul Satsang team to bring the knowledge and teachings of Baba, that he was all about love, nothing but just love. And what discipline or knowledge or teaching in words fails, love can always connect to the right point. And that is the reason why we are all connected to our mother first, because mother is always symbol of love. And father, sometimes we are worried or fearful about approaching, but our mother is symbol of our love, and that is why God has made woman as replica of his love, that she can give the creation, she can give the birth to man, so this is the beautiful thing that we learn. Any other thing that we might have missed out, you would like to say the last message?
No, last message meaning, see, I'll just read out. See what had happened on the last day, which is 31st March. Of course, before that, Baba had issued in 1968 what is known as the last warning. And the warning again is the same thing where Baba says that after my death, there will be so many so-called spiritual masters who will crop up like mushrooms, claiming to be Sadgurus, claiming to be the avatar. And just as a mushroom, there are very many varieties of mushroom, and only a few of them are edible. You can eat them. If you eat the other mushrooms, if they are poisonous, you will die. So we really do not know the wherewithal of who's a real master and who is not. And once having connected with a master who is eternally available to us, there is no need for us to go to any other masters. So yes, that is the whole Meher Baba's last warning. And on the date when he dropped his physical body, on the day, that is January 31, 1969, in the morning, he asks one of his disciples, he was called Aloba Ji, to bring a board where 3 couplets of Hafiz. Hafiz was a perfect master in Shiraz in Persia, which is a part of Iran now, And the 3 couplets, can we see the couplets on the screen, please? Okay, I'll speak up.
We have it. We have it.
I'll speak up. Huh?
We have it. We are going to share it with you.
Yeah. It says, so there was a board which was brought up. The board is there above, and then the writings are below. Befitting if you say what was the last message of Baba to all of us, then this is it. Befitting a fortunate slave, carry out every command of the master without any question of why and what. Because Baba, as we read the very first time, that he was there was so many aspects which can be misconstrued when we try to understand his words and his life through our intellect alone. So do not, befitting a fortunate slave, carry out every command of the master without any question of why and what. About what you hear from the master, never say it is wrong, because, my dear, the fault lies in your own incapacity to understand him. That means if there are any statements made by Baba which is confusing, which is apparently contradictory, then remember that he is not lying. It is your own incapacity to understand him. And the third one is, I am the slave of my pastor who has released me from ignorance. Whatever my master does is for the highest benefit to all concerned. And finally, there is this word Hafiz. Can we put on the screen where I can be shown? No, this won't be shown. It will be shown. That's the plain screen.
Okay.
No, not this.
Stop sharing. Stop sharing.
Stop sharing. Correct. Okay. So now when Baba asks Aloba ji to read out that, so he reads it. And finally, there is the word called Hafiz. Right? So Baba did like this, and pointed to Hafiz. Again did this, pointed to Hafiz. Again did this, pointed to Hafiz. Nobody understood. Only after Baba dropped his body, we realized Baba is saying Khuda Hafiz. This is the sign for Khuda. Always remember, I am God. I am God. This is I am God. So he used to do Khuda. The Khuda Hafiz is we say when we are parting, when we are going off with yeah. So he did that Khuda Hafiz, yeah, Khuda Hafiz. So that is the last message which we all should.
So yesterday I was saying Khuda Hafiz at the end of to depart, and that is the message that we wanted to hear from you. Because
Yes.
this is what Baba meant.
Yes,
Without word, he says Khuda Hafiz.
Khuda Hafiz.
And that message, if you want to read the warning, the last that Baba said, I think that is very, very meaningful and important for all of us, because sometimes out of ignorance, we end up doing things, even though we love Baba, we follow Baba, we may not understand, and we end up out of ignorance. Remember this last word of Baba as warning to his lovers.
Yes. So Soumya will read out the warning.
Please.
Avatar Meher Baba's last warning to those who love him, obey him, and all who would want to do so, given by Meher Baba in July 1968 via his secretary R.D.K. Irani. Baba wants all his lovers to know that this is a very critical period of the avataric age, and all his lovers must strive to their utmost to hold his daman very firmly so that it does not slip out of their hands under any circumstances. It is very important for all his lovers, especially in this critical period, not to succumb to lust. Temptations are and will be great, but your love for him should be greater. Remember him wholeheartedly and rise swiftly from where you have fallen to march ahead in his love and service. It is equally important at this critical period of the avataric age to beware at all times of persons who lead others into believing that they are saintly and pious and profess to possess supernatural powers. However pious such persons appear to be, a Baba lover must never mix such piety with the divinity of the avatar. A true Baba lover must remember the repeated warning given to all Baba lovers time and again to stay away from persons who feel and assert that they are masters and saints and possess powers to help human beings. His lovers and workers should never get involved with such persons and affairs, much less with perverted inverted comma helpers of humanity inverted comma close, who have no reverence or regard for the perfect masters and the avatar of the age. Beware of them who exploit spirituality to gain their selfish ends and dupe others in the name of Sadgurus and the avatar. His lovers and workers should not get intimately involved with the family affairs of one another, and they should not be emotionally upset by the personal affairs concerning any of their families. They should not let any personal affairs vitiate their relationships with one another or affect their efforts in the work they do for the cause of truth. He wants his lovers and workers who are spreading his message of love to others to share his love among themselves and to uphold the spirit of harmony and understanding in His name. He wants them to be less aggressive towards others and less tolerant towards themselves. And above all, He wants them to love Him wholeheartedly, for He is the Ancient One who loves them more than they can ever love themselves. Shun those masters who are like multicolored electric signs that flash on and off, brightening the dark sky of your world and leaving you in darkness again. Meher Baba.
Yeah.
So this was the last warning given just a few months before he dropped his body in July 1968.
Very beautiful, very beautiful. It calms you down when you listen to
Yes.
it, calms you down, and it also encourages us to go inside rather than focusing outside, because we feel that Baba is love that we feel for ourselves, because self-love is the ultimate thing that Baba wanted us. From duality to unity. That is what
Unity.
Baba is trying to teach us. And all I can say is this. Avatar Meher Baba
Meher
ki.
Meher
Baba
Baba
ki
ki
jai.
jai. Thank you ever so much
Beloved God.
for giving us this opportunity to
Yes.
be able to be, let's say, share our love for Baba amongst all the others through Soul Satsang Group, through the team of Soul Satsang Group. Thank you ever so much.
Yes. But I think I missed out something, or we have covered up
Now it,
everything.
Last point.
now it is gone. Now the time is gone.
नहीं अच्छा
I
नहीं
student.
आई
No,
I
there
stu-
are many messages. There is
yeah.
the universal message is also
highest
there.
of the high
There is a
chair.
message called highest of the high. There is a message called Meher Baba's call. Okay,
Spiritual
there is
paradox.
if you want, you can go ahead. I don't mind.
Yeah. Just
Or
this is the spiritual paradox and seven realities message.
yes, yes,
We'll
yes,
go through the other slides. The next three slides we can go
yes,
and
yes, yes, yes.
just go through explaining little
See,
bit.
Baba does not give any importance except for understanding these seven realities, and Baba goes very beautifully into each one of them. What is real existence? What is real love, real sacrifice, real renunciation, real knowledge, real control, and real surrender? That document is there. And on the left side, you can see the spiritual paradox, which is also extremely interesting. Unless and until ignorance is removed and knowledge is gained, everything pertaining to the spiritual seems paradoxical. God, whom we do not see, we say is real, and the world which we do see, we say is unreal.
Yes.
Next slide, please.
Yeah. The last sentence is like Brahma Satya Jagat
We
Mithya.
must lose ourselves.
We must lose ourselves in order to find ourselves. Thus, loss itself is gain. Eraj Jasawala would say that Baba would say that books and books and books have been written on how to find God.
Yes.
And why is it so difficult to find God? It is
Yeah.
because we are searching for something you have never lost. So how can you find it? You are searching for something you have never lost, and therefore it is so difficult to find God. So instead of having books on how to find God, there should be books on how to lose yourself. So
Right.
when you go, I come, that losing yourself. So that is what here it is being said. Therefore, we must die to self to live in God as God. Yeah, to live in God. Thus, death means life. Next one, please. We must become completely void inside to be completely possessed by God. Thus, complete emptiness means absolute fullness. We must become naked of selfhood so as to be absorbed in the infinity of God. Thus, nothing means everything.
Yes. That is dropping our hypocrisy, basically.
Absolutely, absolutely. The false self.
These are the paradox, and these are the seven realities.
Yes.
Very beautiful aspect of that message. What is the next part? Because I said out of my love when Baba's last message was read, that the only voice that is coming from my mind is Avatar Meher Baba ki Jai. But it was not to conclude the session. It was out of my love for Baba. So my love is misinterpreted. But
All right. No, no, I got it. I got it.
अभी हम एंड की ओर जा रहे हैं.
Ji, 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 ji.
Want to say
Yeah, Soumya will now, if you still mean not to continue, then Soumya will say the prayers, the
Yes.
concluding prayers, which Baba gave out on the 25th of August, 1959, and see the humor of the avatar. He says, last night when I was in a very painful state, this new prayer came to my mind. And humorously, he stated, first I memorized it, and now I will dictate it to you. And this is the prayer that he says. Soumya, go ahead.
Beloved God, help us all to love you more and more, and more and more, and still yet more, till we become worthy of union with you. And help us all to hold fast to Baba's Daman till the very end.
Avatar Meher Baba ki Jai. There's a footnote over there, although the words are showing as until twice. What the prayers we do at the Samadhi daily, morning and evening, is we use the word till. So I don't know how it changed from until to till. So that's why Soumya just now said till, whereas in the print it is until.
Yes, yes, no problem. So, very beautiful word of Baba. Again, focusing on the love. And what is next? Are you going to
And
say?
holding on to his daman. And holding on to his daman.
So, this is surprise for you from Soul Satsang team. We said that let us give you break by giving you surprise.
Okay. Thank you.
या के शोक जब हद से सिवा हो जाएगा, सामने आँखों के वो जलवानुमा हो जाएगा. क्या कहूँ ऐ दिल खुद ही खो कर तू क्या हो जाएगा. क्या कहूँ ऐ दिल खुद ही खो कर तू क्या हो जाएगा. वासिले हक होगा बंदे से खुदा हो जाएगा. कानों में आकर के वो कहे गई मुझे पर्दे की बात. कानों में आकर के वो कहे गए मुझे पर्दे की बात. मैं तेरा हो जाऊंगा जब तू मेरा हो जाएगा. मैं तेरा हो जाऊंगा जब तू मेरा हो जाएगा. इश्तिया के शोक जब हद से सिवा हो जाएगा. सामने आँखों के वो जलवानुमा हो जाएगा.
Avatar Meher Baba ki Jai. Meher Baba ki Jai. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very much touched.
Yeah.
Very much touched with the
Thank
surprise.
You
Thanks a lot.
have you have given us so much. And I think
Thank
this
you.
is where what we believe our soul family is growing, because we are all part of Baba's soul family. And that is the ultimate objective of Soul Satsang, that if we look at each other as our brother and sister, then there is no reason for us to argue or fight, but there will be only unity, there will be only harmony. And that is
True.
Baba's mission, that is Baba's final message. We have to live together as one family. So
Very,
Yes,
very true.
truly.
Extremely true.
I will
Understood.
invite I will invite Krishnaji to take over from here. But on behalf of Soul Satsang, I want to say thank you to Meher Baba lovers from all over the world who are enjoying this program. And I want to say that because of this program, because of Cyrus ji and Soumya ji, we are growing our soul family through this program. So we want to say thank you from the bottom of our heart to Meher Baba
Thank
for
you.
Yes.
connecting
Thank
us.
you, Baba. Yes.
Jai
Krishna,
Baba, Jai Gurudev. Thank you so much, Cyrus ji and Soumya ji. We truly, truly appreciate your precious presence on the Soul Satsang in sharing all the love and sharing your journey and Baba's journey and all the learnings with all of us with an open heart, very big heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
We are
Baba.
also
Thank you, Baba.
grateful
Thank you
to
very much.
We are also grateful to Meherabad and Mumbai team's support from Naman Bhai, Monica ji, Harsh Bhai, Kalpana
Namak.
ji, Neelu ji. Naman Bhai was sick, not feeling well, but still he is supporting until the midnight for
Yes.
all the technical support. So thank you so much for doing that
Thank
for
you.
this program. And we also want to give a special thanks to all the Baba centers worldwide who helped us spreading Baba's message and work by promoting this program. Also, our special thank you to Mr. Price Branch for allowing us to share his testimony and guided tour of Meher Spiritual Retreat Center from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, USA. We thank all our viewers for joining us and staying connected with us. If you want to be our guest or recommend someone to be our guest or volunteer for Soul Satsang, please let us know. You can reach out to us via our website soulsatsang.com/contact, or you can email us on info@soulsatsang.com. Also, stay connected on our website or YouTube channel for our upcoming events. Thank you.
Thank you, Baba.
And
Thank
we
you very
can
much.
go for
Thank you
the
for everything.
upcoming events next.
just we want to promote the next event.
Okay. Mhm.
Jai Baba and Jai Baba Swami. Thank you very much, Cyrus ji and Soumya ji, for sharing all the experiences and everything that is connected to the Baba. I don't think anyone would have any questions or concerns or queries left in their mind about Baba or the love that he brought to the earth. With this, we will talk about who do we have in our next program. We are planning to have Dr. Anirban Bhunia. He is a senior professor at the Department of Chemical Science, Bose Institute, Kolkata. Dr. Bhunia has more than 20 years of research experience in structural biology and biophysics. With over 160 original research articles in several international scientific journals of significant repute, he has made noteworthy contributions in the field of antimicrobial peptides and amyloidogenic proteins. Sorry, that's two of our technical terms for me to speak. Affecting human pathopsychological conditions, essentially. Apart from his scientific interests and contributions, Dr. Bunya has dedicated his learned existence to understand spirituality using scientific approaches. He has been practicing Himalayan Samarpan meditation for the last 17 years and now is the coordinator of Eastern and northeastern region of Sri Shiv Kripanand Swami Foundation. Several workshops have been conducted by him to bridge the gap between science and spirituality in many different schools, colleges, universities, research institutes, corporate sectors, and government offices, including IIT Kharagpur, IIT Bombay, and IIT Agartala, are to just name a few. Not only in India, he conducted several workshops in Nepal, like stress management, happy life with meditation, session for corporate sector, police, army, as well as other government sectors. He already taught meditation to more than 12,000 people in various countries. Dr. Bunia's scientific aptitude has been finding means to prove the immediate benefits of meditation and yoga without the necessities of any elaborate means. His contributions in the field have been rewarded upon acknowledgement from the Ayush Ministry, the Government of India on the International Yoga Day 2020. So there is a lot more to learn than what I can actually talk about it here. So let's please come and join this next session with the Dr. Anirban on the Saturday, October 25, 2025. It's going to be on the 6:30 p.m. Mumbai time and 9 a.m. in the morning, New York time. Jai Baba Swami and Jai Baba.
Thank you. Some of you must be wondering why it is so late, because generally we do it on the second Saturday of the month. Well, next month it will be Navratri. This time it is little earlier. That's why in Kolkata, Navratri is a big festival, Mother Durga's celebration. So we are going little late between Navratri and Diwali in October 25 weekend. Okay. So we invite you for learning more, like what you have learned in last 2 days. So please join us. And once again, I want to say thank you to Soumya ji
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
and Sai.
Avatar Meher Baba ki jai. Thank you, Baba. Thanks.
Jai Baba, Jai Baba.
Jai Baba, Jai Baba.
बहुत मजा